A little bit early today, but any time's as good as any other, right? Oh, happy Monday. Need my electrolytes. They help with my body. They do something important. This week will be another 4-day week because I'm gonna take off this Friday again to do more lore work that has been very successful so far. I wrote up a little bit over the weekend. Well, it was on Friday specifically. What did I write up about on Friday? Oh yeah, I wrote about how they handle their calendar and mental health. I was gonna write up about like the history of the facility, and I did write up a little bit about that, but I'm still thinking about some aspects of that. But I don't know, I started thinking about how they would handle their calendar and how it would all play into like mental health. So I wrote up about that instead, and it just, it just flowed. It just worked. That's what I wrote up about. Some good stuff there. I'm going to do that again this Friday, but for this week, for like Monday through Thursday, I want to focus on data layers, world partition, level instances, and then how we can use all that to handle the organization of our large level here. I've thought a little bit about this, but I don't really know how we accomplish it. And I thought, what better way to do that than to write up some, like, let's say some developer stories. Like, as a developer, I want to be able to blank, right? And then we can just make a small level where we test it out and see if it works and how it feels. And then we need to reverse all that into an actual document detailing, a technical design document or a technical document that says this is how we're doing it, this is how it's going to work. And then we should ideally build off of that, right? I also read up a little bit more about level instances too, or I'm not sorry, not level instances, but data layer instances. And apparently the ones that you make down here in the content browser, I don't know if this is true. It's kind of hard to know for sure, but if you make them down here in the content browser and then drag them up into the data layer outliner, that creates an instance of that data layer. But if you make them up here, I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I don't know. But I'm starting to think that level instances will be our primary way of building out sections. So everything that we've built here, or even individually these pieces here, or not these two, but like this one, and then this, would be separate level instances with data layers inside of them, is what I'm starting to think here. Because then we put the level instances into one larger level, like our level here, and at runtime we can call upon that instance and say, hey, set the platforms to, like this difficulty, right? Or adjust the data layers to be appropriate for the game mode. That pulls from like the game instance or something. Sorry, I'm still waking up. Learning how to speak today. But I want to start with level or developer stories with this. Let's say world partition and data layers and level instances. As a developer, I want to be able to easily iterate on, some of these are like already solved, or no matter which of the 2 or 3 pathways we choose, this will not be a problem in any of them. But I want to detail every specific aspect of what I want from this system first, just so I have a clear mental image of where we're trying to go, what we need to accomplish. Okay. as a developer, I want to be able to switch between level layouts on the fly during runtime. Want to ensure that performance and level loading is as seamless as possible. We should say that streaming performance is great and level loading is as seamless as possible. That one will be very key because we will have one large loading, one large level without any loading screens. Although, we can classify the initial loading screen as a loading screen, right? Obviously. These bottles are so noisy. So noisy. What else do we need to ensure? We need to ensure I want to have a manager with easy calls to swap data layers. How you doing, room size? How's it going? Thank you for the fart. As a developer, I want to have a manager with easy calls to swap data layers. I mean, I kind of mentioned that, like I want to be able to switch between level layouts and the fly during runtime. What we need is we need to have like a room, right? Let's take our big lava lake room as an example. We might want to have a version of this level that is more difficult. But I don't want to make two versions of this room, right? Because there are some aspects that won't change. We might, I don't know, we might put like a, delete one of these, for instance, or move them slightly outwards. I want that to be a separate data layer as opposed to an entirely different level, right? And during runtime, we can just ask when this level loads, we can say, hey, Mr. Game Instance, what's the difficulty that we're running here? Oh, it's normal. Okay, so just load the normal data layer then. Or hey, it's hard, let's load the hard data layer. I want that. I want that. I've never worked with level instances. I don't know if there's a way to do that by default. There's any sort of like callback on level load. I have no idea. I mean, maybe it's done through like the level blueprint or something. I just have no clue. So we need to figure this out, get it working, document it, and figure out exactly how we create this Redlock level to have good performance and swap between these data layers. And we're gonna need that too, because we also need to say, okay, as the player, I don't know, enabled the generators in this level. And, if there's any like different visuals or some lights are turned on or you can hear them, we need to be able to, on the load of this level, grab that from the save data and trigger this, right? So we need to have this all working. I don't know how we do it. I have some ideas for that specifically, but I don't know how to do it with the level instances. What's up? This week we're doing level instances, data layers, and world partition. And figuring out how our pipeline is going to look for that. That is part of probably one of our most important tasks this milestone. This one up here. And yeah, we will 100% need an article for that. I could mark some of these as done, to be fair. Realistically, we should make like tasks. But I figure, eh. You know what, let me use a different color for these up here. Be like some blue. The blue's a bit silly, but I want to use the red, orange, and green. It is what it is. I kind of wish they let you set your own color. I guess you could in Markdown. Can't you just call, yeah, you can just call the RGB code. Can't you? Let's try it. Color. I wonder if we can just go like that. It did nothing. Shit. We'll try pink. Oh! It is pink. So there are names. How do I know what the names are? Span, style, color, list. Oh, look at this. Deep. Oh, dude, that looks so girly. That's like for breast cancer awareness. Deep pink. Oh. That is violently pink. Okay, I don't know what color to use for that though. I want to save the red, the green, and the yellow. So we need to use something that isn't those colors, but is still pops out and doesn't look like a link. I think anything blue would look like a link. But I could try like a purple. Like the orchid doesn't look too bad. And that kind of sticks out, doesn't it? That looks pretty good. Can I even put like other things in color too? Like even the like theoretically, could I put this in color? Oh! I can. Okay, don't do that right now. Don't do that. I have to get back to work. Okay, but I can fix these. I can fix these. Sorry, I'm getting distracted today. I mean, I wish you could just input your own color, choose from like a larger list. Okay. Blockout is done. This is not started yet. Save load design document is done. Lore continuation is in progress. Hazards are done. Beautiful corner is in progress. Mood board is in progress. Hey, Lytle. Welcome. I will say the logo commission is not. It's kind of in progress, but not really. I gotta get that going. But it's good. It's good. We got a lot in progress. We got a lot done. I'd like to have this finished halfway through February. This first playable tool will be really important and is quite chunky. That's the plan, at least. Okay, these are the primary needs that I have for world partition and level instances. And I think that the way it'll look is... This is our main level, right? This is comprised of multiple level instances. And then we have multiple data layers within each level instance for different difficulties or game mode. Game mode X, game mode Y. And we can have like a database that will specify the data layers that need to be loaded. How would that look though? Like, could we just do, we could match data layers to object names, but it might be easier. We need some way to match up those data layers with whatever we are playing, like whether or not it's the normal game, different game options to turn things on or off. We'll need those in objects too, so we'll need, I don't know, it's like some central manager to pull that information and match it up with different selections. Objects I feel like would be easy to handle, right? Because we can just grab the, like when a level is loaded, we can grab the actors within that, and we can have them check against a database for different states. That's doable. The level instance. I think it would just be easy to use a database here too, where we specify level instances and then the data layers that are loaded with like an array of I'm not sure on the organization for that yet, but I think I do want this to be how it looks from the level design perspective, right? So we'll test that in a separate level. I don't think I'm going to save any of the work that I do here unless it is just so useful and necessary to have around. I'll make it regardless, and if we want to push it, we can. If we don't want to push it, we don't have to. I'm the only one working on main anyway. Better that for difficulty levels we change grabbing detection distance or fall detection. No, I don't want to change the way the player controls between difficulties, because you would get a very different game experience between the two. I'd rather just make the platforms and platforming more challenging if there are difficulties, but I don't know if there are going to be difficulties. I should say that. I'm using that as like an example. What we would have is different game modes. So there would be, you know, we have one design game mode where the facility is permanently under emergency power, and therefore we wouldn't have a lot of like lights turned on. That thankfully only really references like in-game actors, which is, I think, easier to control than the data layers. But there is another one where the player wouldn't have access to suit upgrades. But because we are designing later levels with suit upgrades in mind, they're unmissable, right? Then this would require us to make separate data layers that are spawned when this game mode is selected. So in this case, we would have to hot swap the data layers. And that's kind of what I need to figure out how we're gonna handle. Because if we can't handle that, we cannot really make game modes that rely on separate setups like that. If that makes sense. Sounds doable? It does sound doable. Now we have to figure out how we do it, though. Once we're back, tracing your level by level time, there will be backtracking, but only if you want to or feel like you need to. It is a completely seamless world. Yeah, let's do that. Make a new folder here for data layers and world instance. I misspelled that. Don't worry. Don't worry. I feel ya. I think beyond this too, we also need we need data layers within these for... Let me refine how this looks, right? Because we also need we need one for like the core aspects of the map, right? We shouldn't need to spawn anything else for lighting. We could include that in core if we want. I don't see a need to get overly modular with it, right? Because for like a light, right, we can just not spawn the light. Well, it depends how we do that. If it's tied to an object, we should be okay. If it's just a separate floating light, which we shouldn't do. And what I mean by that is like just a spotlight just sitting out in the level for no specific purpose, not tied to an object. We don't want to do that. Baby mode. I'll make a journalist mode where I specifically don't spawn in one platform that is necessary for progressing. That's it. That's the only thing it does. Either that or it's either that or it instantly plays the credits and there's no gameplay to it. And it just says, you win, congratulations. And it has, you know, pictures of Mountain Dew and babies on the screen. We should mention what this includes. Core would include the base level layout, lights. We'd have a separate data layer for platforms. Do we want it in the hierarchy where data layer 2 is like the platform core, and then we subnest platforms as like for different game modes? Because we kind of do that with our other maps, right? I'll show you an example. I just don't know if we need to do this. So we have like some children data layers here, and if we turn, you know, this one off, it turns off the one below it. Do we want it like that? You know what I'm curious about is if I were to get all actors in this data layer, does it include the children? No. No, it does not. I know I can recursively turn on or off data layers. So there might be some use cases where we would want to have nested data layers like that. But I can't think of any off the top of my head. So for the first iteration here, I'm just not going to include that we... I won't include any nesting like that. We'll do everything for the level block out in a single separate data layer that we just won't turn on. So it'll always sit there, and it shouldn't impact the player's, you know, it shouldn't impact RAM usage or anything like that, because as long as it is unloaded, that's it never having been loaded into memory. There's 3 states that we can set for data layers. There's unloaded, loaded, and activated. So loaded is where we asynchronously load it into the player system. So this is really good to run during transitionary periods where we want to load that data layer and ready it for activating. And activating is where you can actually see it and interact with it. Loading and unloading is asynchronous. That's the important thing to know. And we can give these different priorities too. And set it to blocking or not blocking, if it's pretty slow on streaming. So this would always remain unloaded during runtime, unless we want to, while an editor, specify that we want to be able to see it, right? Data layer 2 is the core base level layout lights. Let me pull up this. We probably want a separate level instance, or we include it in the main level. The primary... Look at primary shaft and lighting. Or should that be a separate level instance too? Because, you know, like, while the player is inside of... like, one of these rooms, we really don't need to load or have anything loaded, you know, with the main shaft. Or anything like... You know, we don't need this room loaded, we don't need this room loaded. Some of that will automatically get taken care of by world partition. But some of it not. Finally, you started working on the game? Dude, we've been working on the game for 3 weeks. What do you mean? Like our 23rd or 24th day of development or something like that? For sure this should be a separate data layer. I'm just unsure if we should put this in a separate level instance. Reading the story the whole time? I mean, is that not the game too? If we don't have one, we don't have the other. We're listening to the song of Witcher 3 right now. Where would Witcher 3 be if they didn't have a story and characters? And that's what you do in pre-production. Think of it this way, Elder Scrolls 6 has been in pre-production for many, many years. And a lot of that time is spent developing the story, the characters, the world, the mechanics that you want. It's all in pre-production. If you just jump into your game and you start writing it without an idea of what you want to make, you're not going to be able to make your game. And you're going to have to do a lot of refactoring. We could always copy the assets over to a level instance, so we could just say... that we won't include that as a separate level instance, but that'll be part of the main... You know what? No, I will put it in a separate level instance. It'd be weird to have that be the only thing that's separate when it doesn't need to be. I think GTA 6 will cost more than $100? Nah. Nah. Very doubtful. I mean, they might have like a version of it that is over $100 or something, right? But I think it's going to be between 60 to... I think it'll be 60 to 70 bucks. Level instance 1. The main shaft. Let me just delete these for now, because we know kind of what we're trying to do here. This will be the core. And that'll be for the base game. We'll include managers in that too. Just in case there need to be any like in-level managers. Platforms will be one data layer. We'll also have a data layer for props and cluttering. What is a data layer? These are data layers. We can turn these on or off at runtime, and they load and unload asynchronously. I do like keeping the blockouts separate. Makes it easier to work with. And nesting that is probably very doable and smart. What might we be missing though between base level layout? I think we could do, instead of like props and cluttering, we could do like non-interactive and set all the interactive stuff in a separate one. Things the player could interact. Yeah, but that would be weird. Have all that separately. I'm just thinking if we want, yeah, but we could just, if we want to handle actors that need to have their states saved and loaded, we could just do that within the actor itself. That should not be at the data layer level. And separating that in the data layer would be improper, wrong. Layout, lights, managers, props, cluttering. Is there anything that's missing? Having all platforms within a single data layer though might be a little bit weird, because if we have to load, yeah, but it's all part of level streaming, wouldn't it be? So I don't really think that would be an issue. It's like we could load the whole layer, but the whole layer is still under control of the level streaming manager. My main worry is like CPU performance from certain platforms, like spinning and moving platforms have constant kinematic input. And depending on how many of those we have, which we don't need to have, that might not be the smartest thing. I'm okay with the main shaft having one. Maybe. How would this look like? Like we do the sections like that. And then this could be for, you know, like game mode, alternative game mode, right? A data layer is a layer of data. It stores actors and can be loaded, unloaded, and activated during runtime, asynchronously. It replaces the old level streaming from Unreal Engine 4. Well, actually, world partition as a whole replaces it, and data layers are a way to work with world partition. It is an Unreal specific thing, yeah. Yeah. Very powerful and modular way to work with levels. With the world partition setup. I can just have entire data layers like this. And the engine will automatically handle when they should be loaded based on the player's distance to them. And all of the actors within them too. The other thing is, if we have like the props and cluttering of level 6, we probably should break everything into separate sections. Then again, should a level instance... Can we nest level instances? So could we say that level 6, everything here, is one level instance, and each of the sections within level 6 are separate level instances too, with their own data layers? And then we just connect them up. Like Lego pieces. That might work. Because then if somebody is like working on room 2, somebody could work on room 3 separately as well. And as long as they don't change where they connect up to, you know, there shouldn't be any overlap in assets here. And it shouldn't negatively impact the main level either. Not that I assume that would be a very big worry on such a small development team, where at most we'd probably just have one level designer. But if in which case we can kind of simplify this to say, like, level 6 section. Well, level 6 would be the whole thing. We would have level instance 3, which would be the first section. This whole level instance should likely just have a data layer for any managers that level might need. And then each section would have this layout. We'll keep the same hierarchical setup though for these, just for consistency's purpose. My only thinking is if we want to keep certain platforms in the block out, the blockout might also need the blockout might need a different setup too. Game is gonna be paid. Premium game, no microtransactions. No pay for convenience DLC, no day one DLC. No blockchain, no NFTs. No premium currencies, no cash stores, no loot boxes. You buy it, you get it, do whatever you want with it. It will be coming on Steam, yes. No platforms on this. Data layer 2 for here. We'll separate it like this. This will include lights. Lights, props, cluttering, but no platforms. Oh, and also no AI usage either. No like AI voiceovers, no AI generated art, code, no AI generated localization. No AI localization, no. Would it be fine? I mean, does a data layer load? Does a data layer load everything in the data layer itself? Or only what the player is seeing inside the data? Do we know that for sure? Do we know this 100%? I adjust it here. Oh god, I don't know about any of these. I swear there was like a global parameter for streaming distance. I forget where though. I don't see it. I thought it was over here. Loading range. Yeah, that actually doesn't load the far wall. Okay, so I think it is per actor. So we shouldn't need to worry. The only reason we might want to split it up into different data layers is just for organization purposes. I code the running animation from scratch? No. Why would I ever do that? That sounds scary. Yeah, it's pretty nice. We've had to do a lot of changes to like the mantling and climbing code. And I still need to go back and fix some of the camera issues, but other than that. He's made like that because we will not be changing the model for a very long time. So we just need something placeholder. It would be a waste of time to focus on something so meaningless early on in development. Okay, let's make a note here. Data layer actors are handled separately by world partition. Also, we should make mention that partition loading range world settings probably not be adjusted at runtime. I don't even know if it can be adjusted at runtime. But my guess is that we're not going to want to mess with this too much. That's only my hunch, though. There might be like some volume that you can load, though. World partition custom HWAD. And a mini map volume. But I do not know what these do and how to use them. Probably need to handle via some volume. Because right now, if we use this current loading range in our second level, which is pretty large, I believe it will not load the far wall. Oh, it will because I changed the loading range. But I think with default, it won't do it. Yeah, so obviously, that's an issue. That needs to be solved. That's done for performance reasons, which is understandable, but also we need to specify that some of these larger rooms we need to have loading completely. Or at least, have like a certain parts of this, like the base level layout, not be spatially handled. So we say world partition don't handle this on a per actor basis. Or we make it like one big mesh, or I don't know. There's probably a bunch of different solutions. I just don't know which one is going to be the one that we want to use. A known unknown, as we like to say. I don't know why this one is set to is 2D as well. I think that was set so that it could load everything above it like this, which probably doesn't need to happen. And obviously wouldn't happen during the game, right? Because we wouldn't be loading that, but we need to make sure that we don't set that to is 2D. Unless we could use multiple world partition settings, because like for the main shaft, well, the main shaft could be set to not spatially loaded, to be fair. Or we group it in some way. I'm not sure. This will be a bit of a technical headache. I'm not sure what we would do. I mean, there are world partition settings. Determine in which partition grid this actor will be placed in the partition. Like, there's these different grids. Like, what the fuck is a partition grid in this case? Yeah, and if false, we would have to manually control the data layer loading and unloading, which we could do. We could do. We'd have to see, like, I don't know what the hell runtime grid is in this case, and I don't know how it's handled. So that's the first thing we need to learn. Okay. So if they're handled separately, I'm okay with separating data layers based on this should be okay. Do we have any gameplay options that would not change but just add? Probably. What do we have for options? We do have like the spawn already collected neurotags, but that wouldn't be handled on the data layer level. That would be handled on the individual actor level. These would be handled individual actor level. Individual actor. The only one that might would be like the suit upgrades. Because like everything else we can kind of just load in the data layer as normal. But the suit upgrades one is very specific. It wouldn't be handled until probably later in early access. Depending on state, we will likely have to design completely different data layers to spawn for platforms, as I prefer to design later levels around the usage of suit mechanics that may not be possible to complete without. I mean, this is like the textbook example of why we need to have separate data layers for the platform. I just don't think anything else needs to be in a separate data layer. At least not for now. What does this mean then? Would this be okay? Platform space, alternative game mode. That's for the blockout. I mean, we'll just assume alternative game mode here means like alternative options that have been set up. I think it would be fine, or at least it's fine enough for now. As part of the blockout, core level blockout, lights, props, cluttering, and platform. And then we have the platforms blockout. Yeah, let me save this actually. Let me do that. Redlock. Design. We'll just call this like level instances and data layers. Am I okay with that? And then of course this like scales up, right? So we have like level, you know, level 5, but then level instance 4 would be the section 2, but same setup. And then we would have section 3 with the same setup as another level instance. So we would have, we go back to like the Redlock level. We have here 1 level instance, 2, 3, 4, let's say, roughly speaking. And then each of those level instances are separate levels entirely with their own data layer setups. And we would design those just like we would any other level. But then in this level, we would take each of the level instances and drag and drop them in and then connect them up where they need to be. And then world partition should handle it just like it would one giant level. But here, what it would mean for organization purposes is that we can just move around those level instances as we need them. And then within those level instances, we can load them up separately. And we can also reuse level instances too between, you know, let's say we wanted to, I don't know, make like a different layout. It would be really easy just to move those around, or during different game modes, we can tell those level instances, hey, load up this layer, this layer, this layer, and it would just work. I'm thinking that's the right play. It sounds like the right play, or it sounds like it's on the right track, maybe with a couple of tweaks. So let's say this. Let's go into our data layer test map, and we're gonna set up a very small little game section here. Very simple, not like meant to be challenging or look good or anything, just some platforms and some basic block out that would represent a real scenario of how we would use it. And then we're gonna test it to see how we can load this up and if we can create a manager. That'll be this entire week's goal. I don't know if it'll take the full week, if it'll take longer, shorter, whatever. That's the goal. Okay. I'm done with that. Now we have caffeine. Now the real work begins. Should we... I'd like to set it up based on one of these sections. So this would be a separate level instance here, this data layer test map. Or we can make... Didn't I set this up? Yeah, I have other instances. So here in the level instance, let's make a section 1. We'll say section 1. Okay, save as... What should we call this? Let's do that. We could always duplicate this. Well, if we duplicated it, it wouldn't make new layers. Didn't we test during development of this game at some point what happens if you duplicate an actor type between a level instance? Oh god, I remember testing this, but I don't remember what the outcome was. Because, like, for instance, when we are developing this level, it would be great to have a light, right? Like a light source, so that we can actually see what we're doing. But of course, when we pull that level instance in, we don't want to duplicate the light source. And I cannot remember if it did duplicate the light source or not. I really do not remember. I can test that though. No rain, please. Okay, that's in section 1. Let's jump back to big test map. Oh, it crashed. Okay, wonderful. Thanks for that. It's gonna be one of those kinds of days, huh? Is it? Crash Central Day, my favorite. That deserves 1 almond. 1 almond per crash. What the fuck? I can't open the map. The hell? What's up, Endless World? Oh no. It sucks. It is an empty map though, so it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't bode well for the future, but it is an empty map. I can load up this level. It's you, Mr. Agent. Oh shit. Got some alternate accounts, huh? Some world partition error. Level is equal to actor level. Oh, you changed your name? Nice. Going good with the game? Not currently. Crashing. Being a dick. I don't know why. What if I change the name of it? Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna remake it. We'll just delete these. Oh, that crashes the engine too, huh? Wow. Where is it? Let me do this real quick, just in case. Just in case. It could also be an issue with like my intermediate files too. Okay, does this one open? Yes, this one opens. And I did put in double the cubes. I didn't want to do that. All right, let's try this. Data layer test map. Perfect, now it's not crashing. If I pull in this, I don't actually see like any cubes. Is it because they're not part of a data layer? Huh. Samir, thanks for the follow. I'm in the shadow realm, yeah. I'm actually really curious. I'm curious what happens if there are, you know, if I use ultra dynamic sky into level instance and I put it into a level that already has it. You know, what happens here? Does it duplicate it, which wouldn't be good? Does it take the main world as priority? how does it handle these two? Because of course I don't want to edit a level without having a light source, but then I also wouldn't want that light source to traverse between the instances. We don't want that either. The world contains invalid actor files. What does that mean? What happened to my That's kind of weird. So I have UDS and UDW in here. And 4 cubes. They are saved. It's just crashing? That's kind of scaring me a little bit. Okay, hold on. Are we for sure that this level instance is okay? Like, it's a world partitioned, bare bones level. I threw 6 actors into it. They're not part of a data layer, to be fair. But they're just floating there. I go to a known working level, our platforming mechanics level. And I shove this down. As a level instance. Okay, 2 things. Number 1, it is pulled in here. And I see the actors. It's a good thing. Number 2, we have 2 versions of UDS and UDW, which we don't want. That's not a good thing. I'm nearly 100% sure I already figured out how to solve this, though. I don't remember what it was. And I didn't write it down. Oops. No. If checked, this actor will only get loaded in a main world. It will not be loaded through level instances. Okay, we need to note that. when we don't want them on... Okay, beautiful. So if I set this to is main world only, or both of these, we save that. We jump back to our map here. We now do not have that issue. Okay. And the beauty is we should be able to use multiple level instances, each with their own setups and settings and transform. And they do respect data layers. Okay, that's a good thing. That is a very good thing. That's huge. I have no clue though why this data layer test map is borked. There's not like another one that's named that, right? I don't know. It doesn't like the name of that though. I wonder if I just shouldn't put data layer in the name. There's a couple of weird cases like that. Funny one is actually in like blueprint function library. Never name your local variables equal to anything over on the right side here. It will cause an issue. But never have a local variable called name or category. Actually, that won't have world partition by default. Oops. How you doing, Blister D? Wife again up, or did you let her alone? What do you mean? What my wife doing? Get my wife's name out your fucking mouth. That's what Will Smith said. Is she's ill? Oh no, she's fine now. She Gucci. Yeah, we all good. How am I doing? A little bit tired, but I'm doing okay. Wish the weekend was longer, but you know. What can you do? I keep opening that on accident. Not what I want. Well, let's save all this. There's my cubes. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. What are my thoughts on Marathon? I don't really know much about it. If you have like a condensed like 5 minutes of gameplay or something, I can tell you what I think of how the gameplay looks. But apart from that, I haven't really seen much. I saw a couple of clips, but that's it. So I haven't really sat down to ruminate on it. Highguard comes out today though. I don't know when it comes out, but it comes out today. We play it. Here's what I'll say. I think it was really smart of Highguard not to say anything until release day. I think it was smart because they got free press from Jeff Keighley, right? Free press. And on top of that, people have been talking about this game like endlessly for 2 weeks. If the gameplay is fun, I think the game will be fine. And I think enough people will play it just to figure out if it's fun because they haven't posted any gameplay of it. So people aren't just like constantly bashing it for no reason. It might have been the smartest PR move to literally do nothing until release day. But it's only if the gameplay is fun. It'll go either way. Give me a second, I gotta go to the bathroom. Here be. Ugh. Saw the trailer for Highguard? But it's a bit, someone's trying to be a bit of everything, but nails perfect. Play it today. I probably won't play it today because it comes out in 9 hours, so my stream will be done by that time. But I think we can talk about it tomorrow. This week I'd like to get this done, but if we want to... If it's so good that we need to check it out for a day, I'll do it, but it's just not my type of game. But if it's really good or really bad or middling, for sure we can test it out. We can talk about it tomorrow. What am I doing? We are delving into world partition, data layers, and level instances to figure out our workflow and then document it. Always have to wait for this stupid foam to go down. I don't think you guys can see it. The most foamy cola I've ever drank. good though. Cheap. That's what matters most of all. Made a lot of hard surface studies lately. Get the skill set for the main character. It sounds exciting. Alright, let's set up the data layers for this. Level blockout, core level blockout. Platforms blockout. Should we make them down here? Where are they even located? Aha! World data layer, I see. Okay, so we can do like test map section 1 level blockout. Perfect. What's the next one? Section 1. I'll copy this for use. This is core blockout. So maybe we should name like the first one like level blockout core. Blockout core assets. We'll do that. Blockout. Platforms. And then we have like the base and then the alternative game mode. Here's your latest work. Oh, I made a cute little spoder. Is it already rigged too? Out of curiosity? Because if you want, you could try taking a look at the oh god, what is it called? If it's easy to rig, and I really recommend looking into this if you can, there is a new feature in Unreal Engine 5.6. What's it? Oh god, what's it called? I was just talking to Rex about this. I already forgot the name of it. Control rig. Yes, Ely. You had it. And there's a really good tutorial from someone, I don't remember if I can figure out where. Something like Marston. But it would allow you to... They made like a little robot with it. UE5 control rig. Yeah, you could make like these little
Welcome.
these little like spoder things. Where is it? Give an example. Yeah, you can have like these little guys. And each of their feet is handled by the geometry of the level. And it's apparently pretty easy to set up. Just don't ask me for any information about how it works. I can only tell you that. But yeah, it's apparently like full physically controlled. You'll figure it out, AI. If you no, seriously, if you do, we have plenty of ideas that might use this. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about it, but they probably have a section in the content examples pack. Unsure though. It looks good. It looks good. And this looks awesome too. It would be really cool to see it moving around with control rig. I like it. You block out platforms. I want like just really easy to use file names for this. Maybe the underscore is nice. Block out underscore core assets. Block out platforms. Like a separate one. And then we can duplicate that for platforms base. And we're going to call it alt game mode for now. But it's more of just like a placeholder kind of thing. And then what we would do is we would make a new data layer for a different game mode if it needed one. If it needed one. Now, I don't know if these can be tagged. I doubt it, so I don't think we could use tags to determine this. We'd probably have to just use like a... I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can even like check all of the data layers within a level. I don't know if that's doable. There's two subsystems, I think, for data layers. There's world partition subsystems and runtime subsystems. There's a world partition subsystem. A level instance subsystem as well. I don't even know what these can pull. All streaming completed. Is streaming completed? Levels. They're just messages. Level instance interface. Loaded level. Yeah, I don't really know. Can I type in like level instance subsystem to get things that target it? Probably not. Yeah. Not doable. Hard to know what specifically targets this. This we can just set data layer runtime state. I think we can also grab a data layer and get all like actors within it. Yeah, we'll have to mess around with that. But I'm thinking like just like a data layer or a data table with data layers in it would be the proper call. Okay, we need another data layer for like the core assets that are not part of the blockout. That's just the blockout. 5 of them. Yeah, looks good to me. Okay, so the second one would be gonna lurk again? Yeah, take care, Blushity. Good work on your robots. Section 1. Just like core. I don't know what else to put there. Core wouldn't have anything. We would then have one for platforms. Work on other bullshit till you leave work. Same. Platforms. Base. And then platforms. Alt. Game mode. These don't have anything in them, right? Yeah, we can't like do anything else with them. Supports actor filter. I wonder what that does. Actor filter. Filter. Oh, that shouldn't be platforms props. It should just be props. I mean, if this like layout of data layers looks good, we can always just make this like a, what's the word? Like a template. They can easily just duplicate this level and rename things. I think there is a way to bulk rename in Unreal, but I forget what it is. Yeah, batch rename. So as long as we set up everything well, we can just do a complete search and replace. So it would be pretty easy to make like a template and then just rename things. What was I just talking about? Oh, I wanted to write down this actor filter, or at least look up what it does. V5 data layer actor filter. Actor filters allow for per level instance variance with in-world partition levels. They consist of data layers, instances, and/or local data layers that are set to support actor filtering, the user-defined default filter inclusion. Oh. Okay. Couldn't the filters work? Instead of doing different data layers for different game modes, could we not just use a filter? I don't know how to set this up. Can this... Okay, hold on. It said actor specific. So is there a filter option somewhere in here? I don't see anything like with filter. I see data layer assets, but that would only be if it was added to a data layer. Okay, hold on. Let's move these two data layers then. Let's move this to core. And these are in the blockout core assets. Does this now have like another section? Data layer assets. No. Part of this? Anim layers, data asset link. I don't see anything about like a filter. Maybe it's in the documentation? Filter. There's nothing about the filters. Great. Wonderful. Turns out you have to enable the option in editor preferences. That might have just saved me a lot of time. Enable world partition actor filters. Let's restart the editor. You also need to tick support actor filters on individual data layer assets, otherwise it won't show up in the filter list. Okay. So we would want... I mean, theoretically, we would want, like, the blackout platforms to support... Oh, I didn't know you could just double-click on these. That's way easier. Beautiful. So if I set that to support filters... How do we... How do I use that? Oh, I think I think I see how that works. So you have the level instance, you apply the filter, and it can turn on or off specific data layers within that level instance. I feel like that's another way that we could have just solved our problem. But I use that though. Oh shit. It would need to happen at runtime. So I mean, if we can call these at runtime, sure, great. I don't know if we can. Let's see, ability, asset registry, now audio, blah, 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 blah. Bullshit, actor, gameplay tags, no. I don't really see a way that is exposed. Is there a way to make... Out of curiosity. can get the level. I don't do anything with data layer. In world partition, I could grab the layer manager. Get from asset. I can get runtime state. I can set the runtime state. There's not really anything else I can do with that. Yeah, there's not really any option. I mean, it's not like that looks bad, but it definitely is not. It's not going to handle what I would want. It is useful. It is useful. Do I have any use case for this? Not really, because level instances are great if you want prefabs, right? So if you have, like, let's say you have a prefab destroyed building and you want to place that in some other level and select certain options, it's great. But because I can't change this on runtime, doesn't really help me. We're not going to have multiple instances of levels in our main one. So yeah, I just don't think that that's going to do what I want. I think more realistically, I still think I'm going back to like the data table approach, and I think that's going to be the best setup. Is just we associate data layers with game modes or game options, and whenever a level loads, we just check whether or not we need to turn off or turn on a data layer based on the settings. That's pretty much what I'm thinking here. Unless there's some other secret to it. But I can't think of anything. Damn. Oh well. Was worth checking out.
Daddy.
Oh. That time of day? I will unplug the filter. We'll go back to no filters. It's cool, but I don't have a use case for it. Right now, at least. Okay, back to the setup. Let's throw like a just, I don't know, for the time being. Maybe realistically we should just make like a small little section. And we'll just set it up properly. Okay, let's do this then. Let's go with the section 1 core. I won't do the block out, but what I will do is just place it down as you would expect. So core will just shove in this cube. And we'll switch over to base platforms. And we'll go like this. Base platforms, I'm going to keep this one. Add that to the alternative game mode. And then in alternative game mode, we can have that one. So alternative game mode is that, base is these three. Looks good to me. Okay, so back in here we can take the level instance for section 1 and place it down. Why are there two of them? Oh, because one of them is unloaded. We don't need two of these. Okay, everything should be working as normal. These are just some platforms that will destroy. Goody goody. Oh. Deal with that later. We need... Yeah, it's just... That didn't happen. Didn't happen. We need some way to tell this level that on load... we shouldn't be loading up one of the data layers. How do we do this? What's an easy way to do it? Test it. How can we test it? I mean, it's handled by world partition, right? The initial runtime state is unloaded. But we're letting world partition determine. How does jumping grabbing cylinder surface work though? A cylinder. Just like one of these? Or do you mean like one with like a curved top? An empty? What do you mean empty? Like hollow? With ventilation shafts? Does it have to be a cylinder? You have an example. Fan in a square opening? Doesn't exist. Did you play the game? I mean like this? Or do you mean something else? This should be a circle cylinder. Which thing should? The square where the fan is. No, we can make a square. Doesn't have to be a circle. But if it were a circle, if it were like this, just for the sake of argument, maybe because we could do either. Don't get me wrong. The player has a limit for angles that they can climb up on. That would be 40%. So, I don't know. Let's just pretend that... Let's pretend for the sake of argument that, like, this is okay to jump up on. Or to climb up on. Up to, like, this angle. This would be unallowable. And upwards, of course. This is kind of how it works. But I imagine that they would want to, I mean, it depends on size, but I imagine for ventilation, they probably would want to use, you know, rectangle shapes. Probably. Do we know this? What's the lore on the shapes of our ventilation shafts? What are we looking like here? Be a cylinder at the start? I can see that making sense. No, it should be fine because we prevent the player from climbing up anything that is greater than 40% or 40 degree angle compared to the world up vector. So if it's big enough, it should be okay. If the cylinder is too small, then, you know, they would have to climb up kind of right near the, you know, the center point of that. You know what I mean? I'll show you. Details. Sides. So for like this, okay, the collision is very weird here. Ignore that. It's just a issue with these weird meshes. Here is okay, and then at a certain point, the player would be unable to climb up there. Because the player can't stand up there. That's generally how it works. Yep, it should be universal, and we can tell individual actors to not be climbable. So for instance, I won't use these brushes as an example because they're pretty shit. But if we wanted to, let's say, prevent this from being climbable, we can simply add in this and then set false. And now and we can do this during runtime or an editor. And now that's not climbable. Just for anything that we would want. We want to use that very sparingly though, because it is you know, the player would see this and think, oh, I can climb up on this, you know, it's the right height. But this would be very disorienting to the player if that didn't work the way that everything else worked. But we do a full per actor control for climbability. We need it. Yeah, play it today. You'll get a good sense for things. Our camera still sucks, but our mantling system is vastly improved. That's a good thing. Don't save. I hope that didn't save anything. I hope there's not just like some brush sitting out in the middle of nowhere in this level. Kind of scared now. Should be okay. Yeah, we should be fine. I can always restore that later if we need to. Do we have any idea when Skywind is supposed to release this year? Do we know? Skywind isn't coming out this year, right? Sky Oblivion is coming out this year, but Skywind is still in progress. If I remember correctly. I was watching some Morrowind gameplay over the weekend, and it just reminded me that we'll have to play Skywind when it comes out. I'm excited for that. It's not like loading all these data layers, is it? It would still be per actor. We don't want it to initially load anything that shouldn't be loaded. But it's loading all of these. I can't force it. Like, ideally I would force every single... Like, all the platform data layers by default would be unloaded. For some reason, the initial runtime state of this data layer instant. Realistically, it shouldn't load anything that here. But I think it's just because it's being automatically managed. I don't know if I can modify that. Or we'd have to make its own, like, runtime grid. I don't know. I don't know. We throw in here print. I load into the level, it'll say hello. Okay. You'll be away all week. High Guard releasing today? You liar. You absolute liar. Unless it's good. It could be good. It could turn out to be pretty nice. I'm not sure. That printed hello, right? It did not print hello. If no data layer. One or more of its data layers are enabled. But we didn't by default enable any of the data layers, I think. It says, and if no data layers. I didn't think we actually had any of the data layers. Let me double check though. No, they're all set to unloaded. Hmm. Trying to make a level load at a specific spot where they would be entered through the same door every time. Players choose where they want to go. Using level streaming. We don't want to use sub-levels, ideally. We don't want to use sub-levels. Do we have to open the edit on instance? Sorry, I'm reading this. No. Yeah, there are packed level blueprints. I don't know what packed level blueprints are either. Packed level actor. Basically, a level instance that is optimized for rendering can only contain static meshes. Kind of a blueprint of a door. Almost obvious ways to tell if you're only packing static meshes. If I'm building a mountain as backdrop for my level, I can pack the mountains in a PLA. That same level if I have a cabin. Get a level instance out of it. Optimized for rendering. Kind of just like back in the day when you would combine meshes to reduce draw calls. Now with like DirectX 12 and Vulkan, draw calls shouldn't be an issue anymore. In most games. We'll have nanite enabled anyway, so our number of individual draw calls should be pretty minimal with one single draw call then for nanite. I don't think that's going to be too meaningful for us. It could be nice though. It actually could be nice. We'll see. It can't hurt, right? During like an optimization pass. Use the world partition settings to define their streaming behavior, either embedded mode or level stream. I remember reading about this before. I think it's because we're using embedded mode. It's embedding the level within another level. My main issue is that this data layer seems to be enabled by default. I want it to be disabled by default, and we use a manager to tell it when to load. Level instances that contain a reference to a data layer instance not present in the world will not have their data layer references carried over. For example, you can assign a level instance that contains the assets to create a house point of interest to a neighborhood data layer. The level instance can also contain holiday themed items assigned to a different holiday data layers, only visible when that data layer is enabled. What do they mean? They mean because the data layers exist here but not in the other level, that it's ignoring their states? And if I were to add up the platform's data layer into this level, that it would read from that? No, clearly that's not working. Unless it wants the full setup for that. It's exactly what it wants. Oh fuck. Okay. That changes things. That changes a lot. We can't add data layers at runtime, right? I actually don't know if we can. Yeah, okay. So, okay. The only way this works is if we have data layers in the main level that match the data layers in our sublevels. Which means like the main level can have level instances, but anything that's meant to change and not be there has to exist in the main level too. Otherwise it's like it's running this embedded mode, so it's taking all the actors that are part of that and embedding them in the main level unattached to the data layers that they are attached to in the level instance. That kind of sucks. How you doing, Nixie? What this means is that we would have to have... And it's not recursive either. I mean, even just for safety, like we would have to have every single data layer that's in these other levels inside of the main level. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that even the right thing to do? I mean, how many data layers are you supposed to, like, is the right amount to use here? Is this the proper way? What's even the point of using level instances then if we need to have the data layers anyway? Oh my, I'm confused on the right workflow with these. Confused. Like, assuming that we don't use level instances, and we have one level with all of our data layers, what would be the problem with this? Because it would certainly simplify the loading and unloading of data layers. Very much so. As much as use as a waterproof tea bag. Yeah, that wouldn't be very useful, would it? It would have been useful during the Boston Tea Party. It's so weird to me that they would design it in that way. But I guess what we're thinking of is would be like the level streaming mode. But it says, wait, levels cannot be embedded. Use standard level streaming at runtime. It says it can hurt performance pretty hard though. So I'm thinking then, we don't want to use level instances in this case. And we just stick to data layers. I don't know if that would, but I mean, embedded mode is not really any different. It's just a way, embedded mode is a way of using level instances as prefabs, which is great. That's fine. We won't probably have any instances where we would need that. You know, we're not making a game where we would have prefabs. Every level is bespoke, and if anything, we would just have some like blueprints of things that we would want to reuse, right? But not full levels. The only thing we would want to use level streaming or level instances for would be the platforms. But we can just fall back to using data layers because it embeds them anyway, and we would have to duplicate the data layers between the instance and the main world itself, regardless. So it's not really benefiting us to use level instances, which just adds overhead. And all the files get dumped onto the level anyway for world partition. So it's no different than just putting the actors and data layers on the world partition grid in the first place. And then we have them directly there and we can modify them as we need it. So I don't think level instances is our play. I don't think so at all. We just need to find a better organization and then a manager for what we're already doing. I'm so tired today. If I set, let me go back to Redlock real quick. Sure, save it. I don't know if I'm going to save any of my work in Engine today anyway, because I'm just testing. Right now I've set it up so that we have a 2D partition. If I turn that off, we shouldn't be able to see anything past a certain point. I did increase the length quite heavily, admittedly. Might get a little weird in some cases. It is loading pretty far though. You can see it loading stuff. I guess my main question would be how do we properly manage the loading of different sections? You know, how do we deal with these grids? We have like this bounds method. Let me see here. Like default runtime state, I set these all to be activated, right? Which we wouldn't want to do for performance reasons. We would want to use cell bounds. I don't know what that means. And debug show grids. Oh. Quite helpful. So is it only pink when it is for sure loaded, or... Hold on, let's set this back to deep. Yeah, and that wouldn't load until we get closer. Yeah, I don't know what this, I don't know what the circle is. Maybe it's, oh, you know what it is? I think those are cells that are loaded but not activated. And pink are ones that are activated. So it's like these are ready to be enabled. They're loaded into the system. They just aren't being rendered. Must be what it is. Interesting. But I don't know what cell bounds would be. We have 3 HLOD partitions. And then a runtime cells transform stack object. Okay. Let me go to the bathroom. We'll come back and I'm going to take a look into this. And how we can like manage loading different parts of the level that are more important. Like for instance, if we're in the main shaft, we want to load the whole main shaft, right? Like that's really crucially important to the entire premise of our game, is loading this whole thing and not just this part of it that you would see up to here. But then once you're in these rooms, we don't want to, you know, we don't need to load any of this. It doesn't matter if the player is close to it or not. We do not need to be rendering that. That's really what we need to figure out. Knowing now that level instances are not our play. Alright, give me a minute. What are we doing? What are we doing? Runtime partition. You know, the funny thing is you can have multiple partitions. You can have multiple partitions. I wonder if this is what you would do, is like have multiple partitions and then assign different like parts of your level to partitions. Or even different data layers. Maybe. I don't know if you can do that. We can set them to be like editor ones, which is pretty nice. Table content bundle. Yeah, I guess we would just like figure out how we'd handle these partitions. What's weird is though that these partitions have like an origin. I thought the player themselves is... I don't know how that works. World partition. I mean, it's as useful info to have, but it is it is very complex. Okay, actors in world partition. Yeah, we can assign them to a grid. But ideally, we wouldn't want to have to look at every single actor and assign them to a specific grid, right? And also, a grid isn't a partition. Oh. Is it? Aren't like these grids, or? How the fuck do we do this? Streaming sources. Streaming of grid cells within the grid at runtime is determined by two factors: streaming sources and runtime grid settings. The first is the position of streaming sources in the level. Like the player controllers are a streaming source, yeah. The other streaming sources can be added to the world using the world partition streaming source component. For example, a streaming source component can be activated at the location that a player will teleport to, so it can load the cells there. Once the grid cells are loaded, the player teleports to the location and the streaming source component is deactivated. Since there is no longer a streaming source at the player's previous location, those grid cells would be unloaded. Okay. I think the player is by default. Yeah, used as a streaming source. Or we can use a component. Basically, that's where we would like, on like an open world like this, we would show a loading screen. either like move the player there and wait until it's loaded, or I don't know. We might need that. I think we might need that, but not yet. That's something we can decide later. As long as we have all the grid stuff sorted, that should be an easy thing to do. Okay, runtime grid settings. The second factor that determines whether a grid cell is loaded or unloaded at runtime is the settings of the runtime grid itself, of which we can have multiple. And also this screenshot is old. 2D runtime hash grid is provided by default. Using more than one grid can negatively impact performance. Okay, good to know. Yeah, it's loading and unloading regions for editor. Location volumes. It says editor only volume. So we can't use that in... Okay, let me try something. Let's try... Are there any volumes for this? We do have like a world partition... The fuck this is? Custom HLOD. I don't think that's what we want. The level streaming volume. But that wouldn't affect this, would it? No. I don't want to tell it to not be spatially loaded, but that might be the way to do it. It doesn't debug that though. It's weird though, it looks like it is loading the whole thing. Maybe because it's like a group? Or because they are just full meshes, but that wouldn't be the case in our... Well, it might be. I wonder if we use like this packed blueprint instance or whatever the hell it was called. How do you even do that? I don't even see that. UE5 packed level blueprint. That's what it was called, right? Yeah, level crate packed level actor. I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. Crate packed level actor. If I take like a cube here and we set its height to, let's say 500 meters, right? Just so it's big enough that I can visualize this. This does render. If I pull it out here though, we shouldn't see it, right? Yeah. Okay. At a certain point, I shouldn't be able to visualize these. Let me color these so I can see them. Okay, I cannot see the green or the blue one. I think I can only see up to the brown one. Or not? The orange one, okay. So yeah, it's cutting off a lot of that. Now, if we group these, I don't think that'll do anything because the group is just editor specific. But if I right click, make a packed level actor. I don't know what this means. It makes it like a level instant that's optimized for streaming. BPP new map. That loads all of it. That loads all of it. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. How does this work? We have a packed level actor with instant static meshes and a new map. Sure, save. Okay, interesting. It's a world partition map. Theoretically, just for lighting, can I throw this down? But it doesn't appear here. What if I throw in... What happens if I do that? It doesn't appear here. It's almost like it has to make the world first, and then it packs down all those... Well, this isn't a static mesh. That's probably why this doesn't work. Fair. Nothing new was added to that. And we do not have a duplicate orange boy in the level. So what I think it's doing is it converts it first to a map, which then converts every static mesh in there to an instant static mesh, which it creates, you know, it's created then this packed level actor. Changes made here do propagate. So I assume then that the original map can be deleted? Says it's in memory. Does it reference that somewhere? There's maybe like new map in here? Oh, I see. Okay. So new map must reference it. There's some connection between this. Okay. So that is an option. That is an option. I don't know if it's the best option, but to be fair, it is instant static meshes. So maybe? Like we take all static meshes that would be part of the main shaft and we would make this packed level blueprint from it? The only challenge is I then can't modify it like any further there. And it doesn't really look like I can do any modifications here either because they don't propagate to the BPP. Oh, update packed blueprints. Okay. Okay, this... Okay. I see your game. What if I make a new level with just a cube in it? It only has a static mesh in it, so realistically I should be able to make... Yeah, update packed... How can I make one, though? I guess we would just have to select all the static meshes in that. Okay. Oh, fuck. Well, level instances might then be possible to use here, especially if they're optimized for rendering. That's really big for us, right? Because we will be using nanite. And nanite doesn't come free. Optimizing such large static parts of the levels in mass and keeping all gameplay elements separate, like literally every other gameplay element, anything that is not a static mesh, should not be part of these packed level blueprints. But using them might be really optimal because they are completely separate. Oh fuck, okay. Deveronius, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the struggle session. Does this still work the same way with world partition then? Because they are world partition levels with individual static meshes. I would think then theoretically the entire level instance should work the same way as any other level with embedded mode turned on. Well, that clearly wasn't true, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to see all parts of those cubes that we made. But is it more optimized than what we have now? You have your own struggles at the moment, though, only then for mobile dev? Oh, jeez. Are you trying to, like, get it working at, like, good performance? I've never made any mobile games, so that is completely out of my wheelhouse. I'm eating two almonds for you know, new chatter, okay? I can't have too many, though. Otherwise, I'll get fat off of almonds, like a fucking squirrel. Only two. It's only two. I promise. I wish they were salted, though. Okay, so if we take I can test it really easily. We're not going to save any work from today. Man loves salty nuts, that's right. You see that how that far wall doesn't render properly? I'm very curious if I take all the cubes in here that are loaded. So let me unconnect everything except for this room. Can't move it. Is it being a dick? There we go. Trying to optimize the app performance while I get data bombed by 6 megabyte JSON API responses. 6 megabyte? How large is the file, the JSON file? If it's 6 megabytes in size. Jesus Christ. For an API response? Please tell me it's not like giving you those like every tick or something, or every second. Or I guess it's every time you're doing an API call, right? Jesus. Okay, disconnect everything. What is this? Cube. Okay, it's fine. I'm not going to save any of this anyway. Section 2. Section 2. We're going to take all the cubes. And theoretically, does this work? Actor packed successfully. Opponent was not packed. Okay. Why does it look weird? Oh, because I have no lighting. Still looks weird. Why does it look weird? Look weird. Hey Ibex, how's lore creation going? Very good. On Friday I wrote up about calendars and mental health for our sci-fi facility. Lucky now there's a definition of detailed git calls to provide you with literally everything they have instead of something more lazy. Jeez. Optimizing app performance for mobile does not sound like a fun day. I do not envy you. Yeah, the lighting looks really weird though. Like the final gather from Lumen is just not doing what it needs to do. Unless that is proper, but then why did the blockout look different? That's so weird. Like Lumen isn't working. Lucky the time of 250 megabyte RAM phones is over. Those were a nightmare. You needed to have some next level understanding of how to optimize back in those days. Hierarchical instance static mode. I mean, it looks like it included things that weren't... I didn't really want to include some of these things. I only wanted static meshes. Hmm. This is the lit scene as well. Maybe I did this one wrong. Let me retry that. I think a new version of Unreal came out too. I have to download. Yeah, there's an update. I could download that in a sec though. Oh, wonderful. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna undo every change from today. Oh my god. Oh geez. Why can't I delete those? It won't let me undo them. This is so weird. Why is it being rude to me? Just... Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Fresh. Just make sure there's no errors. There should be there will be one error. Ignore it if it pops up. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, we're back to normal. We're good. Yeah, everything's good. Quick update to 5.7.2 just in case it fixes any problems that I'm having. Well, I mean, the packed level blueprint is pretty interesting. It like combines it into one big static mesh. It says it's optimized for rendering. I don't know what that means beyond just being an instanced static mesh. And I don't really have any like extreme scenarios to compare the rendering cost of some complex scene and then one with that as a packed level blueprint. Maybe we could load up like a, you know, some scene demo map and try it out. If it does weird things with the lighting though, we obviously wouldn't want that. But that might have just been because it was including a bunch of other things that didn't need to be there. Do I have any project like that? Not really. I could make one. Yeah, I could take one of these big ones. Most of these are static meshes anyway, and I could just check out whether they're optimized. Hey, Nuzzy Spawn. Take off at the same time I have a snowstorm? Yeah, I've heard that you guys have a pretty nasty snowstorm back home. I don't remember if you told me where you're located. Oh, what is this? What's this storm? Hey, Crazy Fear. What are some advice on figuring out UE5 systems? I don't know code. I've never done much within this, but I got a little project that I started on. Could you expand on that? Also, welcome. Figuring out UE5 system. I mean, UE5 is a very complex engine. I'm still learning stuff today, and I've been working with the engine for over 10 years. It isn't easy to get started. But like, what are you trying to do? You know, you don't need to know code, but I would know coding. As in, it would just be good to know the standards of coding, different terminology. I with Blueprints, but I find it much easier than Unity and GameMaker back when I tried that. I have not tried Unity or GameMaker in a long time either. Working with Blueprints. At what specific part are you struggling with Blueprints? Just like getting one thing to work, or is it getting like things to communicate? Jeez, yeah, it's cold. Look at this. That's crazy. My family's back in Wisconsin. Oof. I think I'd stay inside. No thank you for me. Wow. That's pretty nasty. Need some confidence, maybe it's a terrible way to ask for advice. No, it's I'd rather than like tell you things or like pretend to know what your issue is. You know, it's easier if you tell me, you know, maybe like, where do you hit the wall? Because then maybe I can provide much more targeted advice for that. Is it abnormal? It's not really abnormal. I think one of these storms comes by that region for, you know, every like 5 to 10 years. It's pretty cold, but it's not unheard of. I'll try doing a packed level blueprint just for some like the outer layers of this second room. I'm curious what that would look like here. We don't need to be too specific. It's supposed to snow again next weekend? Jeez. Okay, I'm probably missing some. That's fine, though. I just want to start with those. And see what this looks like. I'm going to avoid animations and modeling a bit, thinking procedural could be doable as long as it's within the blueprint system. Hoping to find free templates. What kind of game are you trying to make? Well, winter's better than a hot summer. I don't mind a hot summer as long as it's not overly humid. Making a horror first person. Okay, so if you're making a horror first person, there is a... give me 1 second. Okay, lighting looks same there. I mean, that looks completely the same. Maybe it was just because of what I had thrown in the other level before. Probably was. Oh yeah, ignore that. Oh, I do need to do this though. If you're working on like a first-person horror game, there's a really nice free template called Horror Engine. Here. Okay, it used to be free, but it is very cheap. Keep in mind that this is in Polish zloty. So it should be like 15 bucks, 20 bucks. Yeah, 20 bucks here. And this is a full working first-person supported horror engine in Unreal that you could just kind of throw your content into. They have events, main menu, input system, player camera with crouch, lean, jump, climb, head bobbing, footstep system, health, subtitles, physics, puzzles, inspection, inventory. The only reason I would recommend against maybe like doing something like this is that you're not gonna learn a whole lot, you know? But you could at least use it to like, you know, compare. And I mean, I'm thinking of a swarm of rats that are tied together, so I got a tutorial for making slimes to go for now, and later I just put a gif on swarming rats on it. You could do that. Swarm of rats. You could use, well, this would be advanced. I wouldn't even know how to do this. But you could use Niagara particles for the rats. I would think that a Niagara system would be really, really usable for that. Oh yeah, here's an example. Like this. Niagara's easy to use. This does look pretty cool. And they would have collisions so you could detect if they're hitting the player or something. Yeah, this is using Niagara, which is a particle system. I do some pretty cool shit with it. And it's really impressive. And it's pretty optimized too. So there's that. Or first person. There's also, when you made your project Crazy Fear in Unreal, did you select the first person like horror template that they have? Which is like not a bad place to start. Read several templates. This one is built into Unreal. So movement is, yeah, I mean, that's the smart move. I don't like to make movement and do animation stuff. Breaks my brain. Prerequisites failed to install. Okay, well maybe just launch this for the time being. When you launch Unreal, as long as this doesn't have to compile shaders. Let's hope not. Disable jumping made the character model only viewable in View Editor. It's pretty nice, yeah. Why Unreal cannot cache it? It does cache shaders. Unreal does cache shaders. But sometimes the cache gets deleted. Like if you install a new GPU driver. Like here in like games first person, when you launch, you can select the survival horror template. And that comes with like a first person character with a light attached. Looks pretty nice. Dead by Daylight. Well, I mean, in that case, you'd be working with multiplayer, which... Have you ever heard from other, like, indie developers to make smaller games first before jumping into your dream game? You probably have heard that. There's good reasons for that. Yeah, it's still tough though. I mean, if you haven't worked with blueprints before, you could try working on something small just to learn, like blueprint communication, interfaces, you know, game instances, blueprint function libraries, the usual stuff. Get something like really easy. Amnesia the bunker, but with a timer. Well, definitely make sure that you're starting to download the free asset packs. One of these might be useful. So on Fab, every 2 weeks they release new free assets that you can. Okay, you have done that. Good. Every 2 weeks, the new ones should be appearing pretty soon here. Actually, tomorrow is when they will be appearing. So that's a good thing. I would think, though, you know, you don't want to get stuck in tutorial hell. Unfortunately, I know a lot of people that are still stuck in there years later. Yeah, it's every 2 weeks, every Tuesday. 2-week Tuesday is when they update these. And you get to keep them forever, which is pretty cool. So you'll end up with like a massive library of free stuff after the years. Like we have here. Massive library of free stuff. We do have a tutorial where I run people through the basics of like communication and setting up a really simple project. Although I know nobody wants to get stuck in tutorial hell, right? This one talks about blueprint communication, data structures and tables, material instances, UI, function libraries, runtime data storage, and more. And at the end of this, you'll have a fully working little game where you can pick up coins until you reach a certain score, and then you win. Look at this in 240p. Glorious YouTube. Should have split this into chapters, though. So that is an option if you're wanting to watch that. Yeah, I mean, it can take a long time. It can take you like hours just to work on. If you even know what you're doing, it can take you hours to make a basic game with a full gameplay loop. Is tutorial hell even a thing? Yes, it is. It unfortunately is. I think shorter video chapters are the way. I'm a fan of long form content personally, but I know everybody's different on that. When you press shift to run, it still crouches? What, in our game? Which game? What was I gonna say? Hold on. This is a game that me and Rex made. And this took us about 3 months to make. Just this. You know, it can take you a long time if you want to make something that is like fully reasonably playable. There's a lot of little hidden aspects to game development. Unfortunately. If you crouch now, then hold shift, it will still crouch. Okay, let me try it. Oh, do you want him to leave crouch in this case? And stop crouching is what you want? Where are you crouching so much, though, that you need that? Bozo. I missed. Possible to try a project on console like PS5 without releasing the game somewhere? No. No. In order to try it on PS5, you would need... You would probably need a dev kit. Yeah, unfortunately, you would need a dev kit. If you work with a publisher, they would probably have access to a dev kit. Otherwise, you would have to get one yourself from Sony, which is not very cheap or fast. God, I hate the camera in this. We're gonna come back and fix the camera in this. Pretty horrible right now. Yeah, natively you would be able to build... Okay, so with Unreal, you can build to Windows and Linux and mobile, no problem, as long as you have the SDKs. I think Mac, you need to have a Mac computer to build it. Don't quote me on that. I think you might be able to build to Xbox without a dev kit. You could probably make it run through an emulator. Press tab, Rex. Okay, so packed level actors are definitely a possibility for the main shaft. And the good news is that the entirety of the packed level actor seems to get loaded, almost as if it's like a full singular static mesh, which is very curious. I wonder if that works with nanite too. I would imagine that it should. Yeah, so as long as any part of that is being loaded by world partition, then the entirety of it will still be. Huh. Very curious. Ignore that. You want to take a look at how 500,000 government game grant in my corrupt country was spent? No. This it'll just make me upset that I don't have $500,000 to work with. I have 5. What can we do with $5? Okay, what we found out. Data layers in level instances must exist in main world 2 for data layer states to propagate. How you doing, Huge Cookie? Been a long time. Are you still not gay? You want me to be? You show me a hot dude, I'll tell you if I'm gay or not. Committee on Language Policy. Wait, what the Committee on Language Policy of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Is that the whole name of it? This was $500,000? My lord. The game's not available in English, but the Steam page is available in English. Game intro music, promo art, and minor assets are AI generated, and they still spent $500,000. I could make the entirety of Redlock for $500,000. I could make the entirety of this game for $500,000. Our full sci-fi game. That's wild. What a world. So we likely want to stick to, sorry, I got a little bit started. We likely want to stick to full data layer usage the way that we're currently doing it, just with better organization. However, packed level, what are they called specifically? Is it packed level blueprints? Packed level actors. Packed level actors. Convert static meshes to level instances with instanced static meshes. More optimized. You know what I am going to do? I am going to make a new project. And I'm going to try this with something more high fidelity, so that we can see if it works well with nanite. Can do it now for 20k, that's way better. I can still do a lot with 20k. If you give me $20,000, I can make it sing for our pre-production. I don't have that much. I have 20. I have 20 bucks. I could work the corner. Selling BJs to the local Yanusha. Oh, I didn't read the minus. Okay, that is how much I have then. It's supposed to be a turn-based RPG. Ibex, do you know the game, The Hunter, Call of the Wild? Why did the prerequisites fail? Where are my prerequisites? UE 5.7 prerequisites. I forget how to fix this. Not a Visual Studio, is it? Oh, my game launch is just fine. Hold on, we'll try this. It's a hunting game, but you know the reason I mentioned that is because if you're in Kazakhstan, I actually did a. They were almost gonna hire me to work on that game, and I had done a design assignment where I had written up a new level that was based in Kazakhstan. It was pretty cool to like research into the culture and the different animals that you can find. Or a hunting reserve. How you doing, Hilden? Running here for a slap game is similar to how big corpos waste their funds. Lost the train of thought. Why is it so far? I have not eaten anything in like 20 hours. Jesus. Yeah, you gotta eat. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I wonder if I still have that document somewhere. I bet I do. I don't know if I could share it though. I don't know who technically owns it. Yeah, here it is. I don't know if I could show this. Awesome, now it's working. Oh, just make a new blank project. I just need to add it to it. Test. Packed actors. Scalable. Blank is fine. Or you know what? Make it first person just for the sake of it. And then we'll add like some high fidelity something that I have. I wouldn't mind a coffee right now either. I don't have a coffee maker or anything though. I won't do any like forest environment because a forest, I don't want to have to, you know. No. Just give me something hard surface. Maybe some of the mega scans could work. Mega scans lava field. Do they have a test level? Don't know. Some of these might be older too, and not actually be like high poly. But I need them specifically to be pretty high poly. Yeah, see, this one's like from 2020. Yeah, vertex count's not very high on this. I specifically need high vertex count. Like a full map. City sample buildings. Ooh. They've been extracted from the city sample demo. That might work. Because I'm gonna bet they're pretty high. Pretty high quality. $14 gigabytes. Yeah, that looks about right. I'll have to test one thing. It's not installing that on my C drive, right? Hope not. No, I think we're fine. Going to the D drive. What we're doing this for is I need to test if packed level actors are... I think that they should. I just want to double check. Does it support nanite? And is there a noticeable performance difference between using it with nanite and instant static meshes versus just existing? So we're going to take their demo level, whatever it is, and we're just going to do a quick stat GPU on it. And then I'm going to try to convert it to a packed level actor. All the static meshes that I can find in it. And we're going to do another stat GPU. And we're just going to see. That's what it's going to come down to. It's not the most thorough or proper test. But this is looking like a pretty good option that we could use for static geometry and base level layout. And then we can put the actual gameplay elements inside of it separately. They would not be part of the base level layout. Did we see if you could convert a level to, or like create a packed level actor from? I think you could. I think we did try that. I can double check that while that's downloading. And we're not going to save anything from today. Can you actually include a map inside of a data layer? Yes, you can. You can. Level instances and packed level actors can be included in data layers. Okay. Good to know. Pretty sure I tested this, but I'm gonna try it again. Why can't I do anything with this? Your endeavors on the minute, but any interest in Star Rupture? Are you a developer on it? Are you working at Creepy Jar? Why can't they move this? It's funny because I got a lot of emails about Star Rupture. I think they were offering me a key to play it. I don't think I took them up on it. No. It looked pretty cool. It just kind of looked like Satisfactory. I don't know what it does differently than Satisfactory though. But I never got into Satisfactory either because I didn't think that the 3D world of Satisfactory really. I don't know. I've tried it like 3 times and I never got into Satisfactory, even though I've played tons of Factorio and other Factory games. Many, many, many others. Oh, I know why. It's because I had my snap on. That's why it was being weird. We're all good now. I make a map like this. Can I then... I can only update packed blueprints. So you can't make a map and then convert that to a packed. You would have to make a separate map from it. Okay. You cannot take an existing map and convert it or create a packed level actor from it. Requires making a new map. Good to know. Dylan's running out of beef and prices skyrocket. Now they push to stores minced beef that has 30% pea mixed in it with no cost saving to end user. People do not buy that. They all expire in stores. Why are you guys running out of beef? I wish this would download faster. Oh well, today's a learning day. The more we figure out today, the better. And honestly, I think that today we found out a lot about this. We might even have a really good strategy, because I was expecting this whole week we would spend on figuring out data assets, or not data layers and level instances, but I think that at the end of today we're going to have the full view of what we want to do with this, or at least a pretty damn good idea for it. Hey, doing Simon and Madi Rob. Mr. Magic Toes? You're not supposed to know my OnlyFans. You know beef doesn't grow on trees? Yeah, but cows grow on trees. Wait. I mean, assumedly they would like import that, right? Only producers are not paid as much as the rest of EU pays for meat, and there's no supply chain to export that out. Foodstuffs. Animal food. That's animal food though, not food animals. You guys even like, you import sausages. Well, it's exported. Where's the imports? This site is always confusing to me. Oh, imports. Like other prepared meat, but it's pretty small. Should be UI for an Anno game? Dude, that would be cool, wouldn't it? I really do like this site. This site's pretty fun to look at. Just for like the... It's just interesting to see. There's always horse meat. Spoken like a true Kazakh. Do you have a lot of farms in Finland? Or is it just too cold for like raising a lot of animals and such? Yeah, I mean, you guys just don't really import a whole lot of like... Oh, I see. Meats. Okay, I see. Animal products would be one. Where was it? I scrolled past. You import a lot of fish. And cheese. And pig meat too. But not, honestly, where even is? And bovine meat. Not that much, is it? Your wife listens to this OT? Or for Anno? Typical Polish women loving their strategy games. The animal health standards are quite high in Finland, really. Even for like meat in the EU? I would imagine that you could import it pretty easily, right? Some frozen meat. We're waiting for this to download. Because I gotta test one thing. With Nanomate. Not many countries, even in EU, passed the bar for people wanting to consume foreign meat. Wow. I'm kind of surprised you guys import $375 million worth of fresh fish. Maybe it's cheaper to import other people's fish and export your own? What do you guys export a lot for animal products? Butter. And fish. And milk. Interesting. I wonder where you export all the butter to. France, Sweden, and Netherlands. Poland gets quite a bit of your butter too. People like fish here for long, but there's not enough big lake to go around for entire population, so there's fish from Norway. That's crazy. So all cows are milk cows, not meat cows. It looks like a lot of the cows are dairy cows. Okay, it says export your fish to import fish. Well, you think that's crazy, but like Poland exports a lot of their coal in order to buy coal from cheaper places. Like it's pretty common to do. I think the US exports a lot of oil in order to buy oil from other places. I don't make the rules. It's just the way the world works. Very dumb. It isn't, no, it's not common sense at all. Really stupid. Not many meat, only beef producers. Really? Wow. You guys export quite a bit of petroleum too. It's actually your biggest single export is refined petroleum. Stainless steel, coated paper, and chemical wood pulp are also pretty big exports for Finland. A lot of wood. You guys have a pretty big wood and paper industry. Like wood, steel, and petroleum. Paper industry is huge, apparently. 4% of your exports. And the US is your biggest trade partner. We buy primarily passenger and cargo ships, as well as paper and petroleum, you guys. Wish this would hurry. I don't know what these harmonized system versions is. Growth. That's crazy. You guys export an absolute ton of passenger and cargo ships to the US. What about Poland? Land of Poles, exports, mostly to Germany. Pretty good breakup too. Not a lot of like single industries. Telephones. German telephones? Oh wait, that's not Germany. I wasn't looking at Germany. It's probably mostly from like China, right? Yeah. Czechia. Poland is importing $9 billion worth of phones. Over $2.5 billion from Germany and Czechia. They don't manufacture phones. That's kind of weird. Reselling? Maybe. Could be. I'm surprised Poland isn't exporting more like sausage. I don't even see sausage on here. Where's that in foodstuffs? I don't see sausage. Where's the world getting its kielbasa? A little bit worrying. Wow. US imports over $1.8 billion worth of gas turbines. Poland. And $165 million of explosive ammunition. Excuse me? Oh, those were imports. I was looking at imports. They export $992 million worth of explosive ammunition to Ukraine. Yeah, sounds about right. Military weapons, yeah. Crazy. I love these maps. It's just kind of fascinating to look at how the world economy works. Where the biggest trading partners are. Kazakhstan's will look sad. I'm kind of curious what Kazakhstan imports and exports. You guys export a ton of petroleum and gold. And also radioactive chemicals. And some wheat too. Copper, ferroalloys. A lot of copper. Your entire exports is just petroleum, copper, radioactive chemicals, and gold. Imports everything, exporting just raw materials. You guys are importing quite a lot. But you do export more than you import, so you are making money as a country. Get a lot from China and Russia. Get from Turkey and Germany. Yeah, you guys get a lot of stuff from Russia.
Mr. President, wake up.
You export a lot of your radioactive chemicals. It's actually pretty much. I think like all your chemicals are just going to. A good chunk of your chemicals are going to Russia. The rest of it's going to China. I wonder what that includes. Your petroleum's going pretty much everywhere. Making money moves over here. I'm waiting for something to download and we're looking at imports and exports. I gotta test this with packed level actors. And so we're just idling away the time. We'll be done in a couple minutes. All your gold's going to the UK and Switzerland. What are they doing with it? That's crazy. Like your biggest trade partner is like, yeah, it's UK and China. That's pretty wild. You guys do make some weapons. Who's buying all your weapons? Thailand. Oh. It's only $14,700 worth of weapons though, so it's like They're buying like 4 or 5 weapons. It's not that much. It is interesting though. Got some paintings and sculptures too. $2 million worth of pens are being exported from Kazakhstan to Russia. That's wild. Your explosive storage blew up on its own periodically? Why do you pay? I don't pay for this subscription. I don't know why you have to pay for this. I don't know what it provides you. Doesn't even tell you how expensive it is. Oh no, it does. $300 a month. Jesus Christ. I don't know what I would use that for. Okay, we have it downloaded. Alright, I gotta load it up now. Hopefully they have a demo level. I really hope. Make my life easier. All buildings line up hero. How do I have it for free? Oh, that's just what I get shown. I don't know. I don't pay for anything. I don't have any money to pay for anything. Okay, this might take some while because it's gonna have to compile shaders. As you would expect. Do we want to look at more while we're waiting? I don't really have anything else to research at the moment. I've got a pretty good idea of what we want to do. Unpacking. I'm a little worried about that too. It is nice for prefabs though. I heard the gold went up in price recently. It's at like $500 or $5,000 per ounce. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Silver's up too, quite a lot. I actually do have some silver back in the US. Not a lot though. Maybe like a pound. And it's all in coins. You know, I'd have to extract it. Which theoretically I could do, but it's not legal, so probably shouldn't do that. But I think the silver coins would be worth more just for the sake of that. Jesus. It's gone up so much. Why is gold and silver up so much? So I mean, theoretically, if I go on like eBay or something and I look up like the silver dollar, Wow. Maybe I should try to get my parents to sell my silver off. I have a lot of silver coins. But I mean, you know, I was collecting them back, you know, back when they were like down here, right? So it just wasn't really worth it. But 110 per ounce? I might have something. People don't trust the stability of the market. They buy stuff like gold and silver. Pretty smart. I used to like go to the bank and you know you ask for like a roll of quarters. And usually like every pack or two you would be able to spot, because it's really easy to spot a silver coin next to a traditional one. And I would just collect that and I would, hey, okay, can I get money? Can I get cash for the rest of these quarters that you just gave me? And I would just keep asking for rolls of, you know, dimes, nickels. Nickels are a little bit tougher, but nickels you could still pull out silver nickels. But dimes and quarters were the easiest. And you could just easily collect them. Again, this was way back when it really wasn't worth much, but now, oh yeah. And I kept them all. So somewhere in my room back in the States, there should be a container, a plastic container full of silver coins. At maximum, it's like 2 pounds worth of silver. Holy Jesus, look at these. Oh, these are already packed level instances, I think. These are BPPs. Yeah, it is 3,500 per kilogram of silver. But you'd have to extract the silver or sell the coins as they are. Which would probably be easier. And then you wouldn't get in trouble for it. Yeah, look at this, packed level actors. So they're already in there. Okay, that's actually really perfect for me. Do we have nanite enabled? Yes, we do. Okay, well that answers the question then. We wanted to see if packed level blueprints can have nanite enabled. 100% they can. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, look at that. It's not a bad base pass. So how optimized is this? Out of curiosity. Apparently, from what I know, mesh instances, instant static meshes, ISMs, are like ridiculously well optimized, and they should be used if possible wherever you can. I've never used them. But these are all apparently instanced static mesh grouped actors of nanite enabled meshes, which is ideally what we should try to aim to have in our game as well. We can see a pretty static base cost for the for everything. Doesn't nanite kill the need for instance meshes? That's a good question. I don't know. Do we have versions of these buildings that are not ISMs? You could be right. You could be right, but I don't know specifically. Maybe it does help the render pipeline at some point, you know, if it's... I just don't know. Yeah, they still have the packed... Where are these levels? How can I find the level reference for them? Oh, you can edit... Oh, shit. I didn't know you could edit these directly in the level itself. Oh, wow. Honestly, these aren't even the most optimized meshes for nanite, to be honest. It's not horrible, but oddly enough, this is more optimized for nanite than like the windows and stuff are. You really don't want to have like big quads because they don't cluster very well. Which is what you're seeing here. How can I test this? I guess I could just like copy everything over. Okay. This is not the instant static mesh. I can group the actor. Let's do this too. Gonna add some cost. a lot of actors to duplicate, so it's going to slow down the engine. But realistically, this shouldn't really incur a massive additional cost to the nanite base pass. It's not terribly significant. Another 0.1 milliseconds. And all the meshes here are separate. I don't know if I have like a mesh count in this scene. Is there a way to see the number of meshes that we have? I think there is a way. Statistic. Didn't they move this over here? Tools audit. Aha, thank you. We have 6,000. I don't know if I can filter by static meshes. I can. Well, we have over 6,000. Whatever is left is definitely not going to be the culprit here. Over 6,000. Let's duplicate these three. Give it a sec. It'll lag. We had about 0.53 in the nanite base cost. It is lagging. Okay, there we go. Oof. Move it out a little bit. It's definitely jumping. I mean, look how much it's jumping. A little bit better now. We're up to about 0.85. Yeah, about 0.85 on the base pass for nanite now. And spike up to 1 while we're moving. And that's with now 12,000 meshes.
You can't spell Micro-Raptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
I knew it! And 16.5 million triangles. Okay, let's make note of this. Let's make note of this. Let's go over to paint. My beloved. Nanite base pass. It's not great. It's not bad. for what's being rendered, but it is a lot of individual, it's a lot of individual static meshes. So our main question is, if we take all of these, actually, let me just select the 6 groups separately. Boink, boink. Okay, level. Create packed level actor. Yeah, that's the engine right now. Ooh. You want to punch someone right now? Why is that? What's going on? Did you fall and die in the lava? Your heart rate went up, warned 110 BPM while playing it? Damn, your thing warns at 110? Dude, I walk up the stairs and my heart hits 110. I'm at 80 just sitting here right now. Am I gonna die? Am I cooked? Dude, you're resting at 70? What the? Oh, it's on my other screen. It says checking for localized variants. This might take a long time. I don't know what that means. Doing something though. Wife is resting at 90. He's not bad. Do you do cardio? We live on the top floor of our apartment building that doesn't have an elevator, so. So yes. Yes, but no. I feel like 75 now. I can get pretty low when I'm like laying in bed or something. Try to do 60 BPM at 150 kilograms. Okay, is she made out of gold or silver? Because I have an idea if she is. I think it's loading. Oh. Holy Jesus, this took a long time. Can you combine packed level actors like... How does it work? My golden wife. Oh, I just realized there's a new episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms that I wasn't able to watch last night. I don't think many people care about Game of Thrones these days anymore, though. Is it good? I really like the short stories of Dunk and Egg. I really, really like them. And this is a pretty faithful adaptation. This might be the most faithful adaptation of George Martin's Song of Ice and Fire works to date. But I don't think it's going to be for everybody. If you've read the books, I think you will really enjoy what they're making. If you haven't read them, it's going to be very different from Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon. Like, there's no dragons here. There's no multiple perspectives. You're following two people in like a classic... If you are familiar with Lone Wolf and Cub, this is essentially what this series of short stories or novellas is by George Martin. And I like them. They're a lot more like intimate, slower paced, more classic fantasy than high fantasy. This is taking forever. I could be playing High Guard right now. Red Sci-Fi was much better than Ice and Fire Fantasy. I like the books for Song of Ice and Fire. The show was pretty good until it got to season 5. And season 5 wasn't horrible, but you know, it was the start of the decline. I watched like part of the first season of House of the Dragon, and then it kind of got shit. My wife kept watching it, and she watched the second season, but said it was just purely fan fiction at this point, and like girl bossing fan fiction. I think my favorite thing of his though were the Tales of Dunk and Egg, which you can get as a book for pretty cheap. They also have a pretty good audiobook for it too. And so this is all three books in one. And he has plans. He has like outlines for like another like 8 books or something, which he has shared with the creator of the show. So they realistically have enough content to make over 10 seasons of a Night of the Seven Kingdoms, following Dunk and Egg throughout their whole life. Be pretty interesting. Meanwhile, I have frozen Unreal. Fox my brain that High Guard releases in 5 hours. Apparently, there's been nothing since the Game Awards. Nixie, okay, I'll tell you this, Nixie. This is my pure speculation. But by saying nothing, they have generated more hype than a lot of online games could hope to have. And if the game is good, High Guard actually might succeed. Purely because people will want to play it or want to check it out because it looked bad and nothing has been said about it. Like, imagine today, Elder Scrolls 6 gets announced. And no matter if it looks good or bad, people will be hyped for it. But then they don't say anything for like 1 month and the game just releases, like shadow release. Like, everybody and their mother will be checking it out because they haven't said. What game? High guard. This game that they announced at the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley's, oh, one more thing. Hopefully it won't be the same as Game of Thrones when there's no source material. I hope so too. Here's what I can say. So George Martin, I don't think he specifically said anything about how his relationship with D&D from Game of Thrones. But he openly stated that his relationship with the showrunner of Fire and Blood, House of the Dragon, is what it is, was horrible. But he stated his relationship with Ira Parker, the showrunner of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, was excellent. And he said it was the most faithful adaptation of his book that a reasonable man could hope for. So I'm kind of hoping that if it does successfully, we might have a really good series in A Knight of the Seven. I was saying to Buddy earlier, what if it's entirely radio silent all the way? Then it turns out to be an absolute banger. Dude, it could. It actually could. But I'm not going to play it today, because it comes out after my stream would end. But we can talk about it tomorrow. Sapkowski was also happy with Witcher showrunner. No, it's... See, I know you're lying, because when has Sapkowski ever been happy? Name one time in his entire drunk Janusz life that Sapkowski has ever emulated the emotion of happiness. He said Unicorn Kitty. He said Unicorn Kitty, were you the one that I was talking to about that anime about geology and mineralogy? Was that you? I think I legitimately crashed the engine at this point. It says it's still going though. You think it's dead? It might be dead. Was it last season one about two girls? It was called Rudy Rocks. This show. I was wondering if you had watched it yet. The OP though really does show a lot of ass shots. Download more RAM, yeah. Does it have dub? I actually have no clue. You forgot the name? I don't know if it has dub. Processor Chaos, thanks for the follow. Weren't you following before? I do not see a dub. It is only subbed. This season is packed. I'm watching quite a few things this season. I think like 4 or 5 shows. Things happened? Uh-oh. I think I did crash the engine. I'll try relaunching. I don't know if I'll continue Oshinoko because I read the manga. Didn't have the greatest of ending. But I like it up until that point. But I won't spoil anything. So did it save the map? Or did we fry everything? Realistically, I could make one of those buildings, which they've already done, and use that instead. I mean, they are in here. They are in here. Is that the Infinity Castle? Yes. So we're trying to test if instanced, packed level actors, which will make instant static meshes have better performance than the individual actor or group of actors of static meshes, both with nanite support. It all stems from our desire to know what's more optimal level instances or data layers, and whether or not packed level actors can be used in any way. We're going into the deep end of optimization here. I think I'm just gonna crash the engine again. I probably should have waited. Oops. You spoil everything by reading the manga first? I've only done that for a couple of things. I specifically didn't do that with Free Ren though, because the animation is amazing. But I definitely get very antsy waiting for it. I'm gonna have to do that with 86 though, because I've been waiting on, you know, forever for the next season of 86. There's apparently like 30 or something light novels. Apothecary Diaries I'm fully read up on. I've read all the light novels so far. So I'm like, I don't know, 5 or 6 seasons ahead. Did it with Dungeon Meshi? I gotta read that too.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm gonna send Delta Force.
Dungeon Meshi was great. Dungeon Meshi had such good world building. Apothecary mentioned. I like the world and characters of Apothecary Diaries. I can only tell you, if you're waiting for serious, like, romantic revelations, better keep waiting. Oh, you have dyslexia, that's why you watch the dubs, I see. That makes sense. Only thing I could ever watch dubbed is Pokemon, and it's because of Team Rocket. You watch it for romance? You'll be happy then, because I think that the next few arcs are really enjoyable, and they introduce a lot of new characters. The author does a great job. Maybe I should have just done one building. It seems to hate having to do this many buildings, or this many static meshes. To be fair though, it is 12.6 thousand actors that it's trying to efficiently pack up and combine data for. have to pause all subs so I can read. May as well be reading a manga if I have to pause every frame to read subs. Is there any chance you can learn Japanese, one of the hardest languages in the world? Imagine being real game dev and having the same issue. What do you mean real game dev? Who's not real? You're not real. I can learn Japanese from my wife. She teaches Japanese. It's because she's smart and I'm not. Barely know English. It's the only language I speak. Hey, same. And then I'm living in Poland, which is like what, ranked like the 6th hardest language to learn in the world. Never got into anime. Why is that? Not judging you, but like I know I have some friends who I think would really like certain anime, but I think it can be off-putting when you see some of the anime that people talk about. I tried to get my parents into it too, and they did like some of it. I want to show my dad Vinland Saga, because that's like the quintessential dad anime, right? Later, just not interested. There's some pretty good ones. Depends what you're looking for, though. Imposter syndrome hitting everyone at work. True. Very true. I don't know. I like there's a lot of Western shows that I really, really, really enjoy. Like, till the end of my days, I will chill for Sopranos, The Wire. I really like Breaking Bad. I think Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. I enjoyed South Park up until the Tegrity Farm stuff. Your house, we watch German detective shows? Oh, that makes me think of like True Detective Season 1. It was exceptional. But I don't think, like, you know, there's tons of like trash anime or anime that doesn't really, you know, go anywhere. Or God forbid it, you know, deviates from source material and ends up being trash and then they never renew it or fix it. I was gonna mention, yeah, if you're looking for like some down to earth, really, really good anime, Monster is peak. Well, this is what we got stuck on last time, was unloading level. If this gets stuck again, I'll just do it with one building. Which I think would be smarter. I don't know why it's stuck. It's doing something behind the scenes. I think it is working. It's working very, very slowly. I don't really know how it like makes the instant static mesh, but what I think it does is it will pack the same mesh and materials down as much as possible to be like super efficient with rendering. And I think it probably like hashes a lot too, so it has to create new hash maps. That's the extent of my suspicion, what it does. we got some Finns meeting in chat. Love to see it. I wonder what my demographics even look like for streaming. I haven't looked at them in ages. Mostly from US. 5% from Finland. That's you guys. How's weather in Poland? It's getting a bit warmer. It was pretty cold for a while, but it's about standard January at the moment. Warming up a bit. But I think it's supposed to drop down. Yeah, it's gonna drop back down again on Friday. New engaged viewers, 40%. Wow. We like our new viewers, but we like our lurkers too. You guys are chill. I think a lot of you are like working on your own stuff right now. But they show like engage. Oh, I think that's part of like Discovery. No, that would be like Discovery from tags, wouldn't it? I don't know how you see tags. Oh, I see. 2 impressions from Cancel Me, Please. I think this is over like the last 30 days though. What about the entirety of the month? No views from Cancel Me, Please. That's really sad. I don't know why I keep that here. I don't know why I still have that. Engagement. Categories my viewers watch. It's mostly software and game dev and just chatting. Yeah, that sounds better. That makes sense. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. If this is still stuck when I come back, we'll just try one building. I apparently have destroyed the back end of this engine. It is what it is. Here be. Okay, we'll try it with just one building. I'm clearly pushing this too far. One building. We're only doing one. Ooh. I don't even remember which one it was. Where did they have like the whole... Oh. That's a pretty big one. Oh, wait, I can see it here. Was it this one? No. It wasn't this one either, but we could just use one of these. Not that big of a deal. BPP Hero SFJ CO1N1. What a great name. SFJ. CO1N1. It doesn't look like all of it though. Now we're talking. Okay, so we're gonna copy all of the meshes here. Yeah, do this. Or actually, we could just do it basically. Do that. We'll just add in like a quick... Hold on. Build a save. Okay. Kill me. It's like we learned 90% of what we needed today within the first 3 hours. And now the last like 2.5 hours are just struggling to load something. Ugh. Annoying. Is it actually gonna save that? Looks fine to me. Like 0.4 in the base pad. We wanted to take all of these. Packed level actor. Delete the group. Hopefully this goes faster. And doesn't shit itself. I played a lot of Bannerlord over the weekend. I didn't have anything else to play, and I saw that they had released this total conversion mod for Bannerlord that changes it into feudal Japan. I'm like, okay, you know, it's a total conversion mod. How high quality can it really be? Holy shit, is it good? It's actually really well made. Like, it feels so good that if you showed somebody and said this is the official spin-off of Bannerlord, where they set it in feudal Japan, I would believe that it's real. Task Manager before didn't say that the process had, you know, stopped. It just didn't work. But ideally, something with only 2,000 actors does not take as much time as... Let's put it this way, they already made packed level instances of this building. Why am I not using that? Consume CPU time? Probably would be consuming, yeah, a lot of CPU. And I can't really get a better CPU than what I have now. That's a Core 9 Ultra 285K right there. So good conversion that most developers would re-release it as a new game and take 80 buckaronis. It's really good, yeah. I'm actually really surprised by how good the mod is. Let me try to find it. It's this one, but it's the parent to this one. Here it is. Chocoho. It's really fucking good. It's really fun. It's got a massive map. If you have Bannerlord and you're looking for like a new experience, I can recommend it. And then there's like this expansion sub mod, which adds 150 new helmets and headgear. Lots of new stuff to craft, new banners, lots of makeup, outfits. Does Bannerlord have a good foundation architecturally? Yeah, it's got a pretty good one. It's got a lot of mod support. It's a pretty old series. Duels in folklore, new heroes, new clans. So yeah, if you're looking for a new experience, I definitely can recommend Bannerlord. Just passed 100 hours in it. It's a really good game, very fun game. Okay, all we know, okay, if I'm just, you know, I'm gonna use their own. Fuck this, get out of here. I'm reloading again. Something is borking. All we know for sure was with 6 instances of this, not in instance static meshes or packed level actors, we had 0.85 nanite base pass, 16.5 million triangles, 12.6 thousand individual actors. I'm going to copy these. Empty open world level, shove these in. And we're going to find that packed level actor. I just do not remember which one it was. Wasn't this one, was it? No. Where's my blueprint classes? It needs to be the same one that we had before. Shit. It was this one. It was this one. Yeah, it was this one. Okay. Sorry. I can tell you one thing, it is way faster to move as these level instances. It's like lightning fast to move these around comparatively. Thank you for the blessings, guys. Get that? Keep it consistent. Denik, are you still here? I can say 100%. This is way more optimized than having the individual meshes. Like it's vastly improved. Not showing all these though. I could load up the... I mean, it's gotta be the same thing, right? Like, I'm not misreading this. Am I? Shit, it's gone, hold on. No. It looks way better. Even here with double the instances. Oh, I mean, okay. I mean, they were telling the truth. Yeah, this is way more optimized than having the individual actors around here. I think we have complete verification that this is %100% the most optimal thing to do when it comes to modeling our, I won't say like background, but just the static part of our geometry, like all the non-gameplay elements. We should do packed level actors for rooms. Anything that should not be a part of a data layer for gameplay purposes. So our main shaft from like a visual standpoint, all of our rooms, the walls. Well, so the interesting thing is with Nanite, you only have one draw call. Nanite only performs a single draw call. So it is optimized there. But Nanite itself is just more optimized at rendering meshes than traditional draw calls are. But it requires that overhead, right? So you pay the overhead to have near infinite scaling, let's say, practically infinite scaling for game development purposes. Yeah, it's optimized as shit. And using instant static meshes, I heard was more optimized than having a bunch of static meshes sitting around. I can verify that that is 100% true. How does it work? I cannot go into detail about how Nanite works specifically, but what it does is it does a single draw call for the entire screen, and what's rendered in, like what is being held within the GPU at that time, and it renders maximum. It tries to render 1 triangle per pixel. So as you scale up your screen size, you have more pixels, therefore Nanite tries to render more. What it means is you can have, you know, back in the day, I'll show you a good example. Back in the day, Mark Cerny on the PS4 made a video about the rendering capabilities of the new console. And he was able to, he talked about how it was able, I don't remember exactly where, but he talked about how it was able to render 1 million triangles on the screen at a time, right? This used to be our metric for determining whether or not something was more powerful than the previous generation. A standard benchmark, if you will. We can now render 1 million triangles, and before we could only render 100,000. Just here, we were rendering 16.5 million triangles at a GPU frame speed of, what was it, like 7 milliseconds per frame. Even here, we're rendering twice that, so we're rendering about 32-ish million or 33 million for about the same cost, a little bit less. I can only tell you, yes, it is magic how it works. But I can't get any more technical. It's the most impressive automatic handling of LODs that I have and probably ever will see. And these aren't even that optimized, actually. These have massive quads. They do not cluster very well. This is probably this is a very bad representation of nanite. But you can see like these really tiny triangles here. As we move back, it's going to try to render maximum 1 per pixel, while automatically handling the level of detail for everything else. And culling behind it too. An impressive bit of technology. And I think that it often gets lumped into, like from a gamer's perspective, it gets lumped into issues with Lumen. And Lumen absolutely has issues. But I don't think Nanite should get as much hate as it does. There's successful games that use Nanite? A lot, yeah. A lot of like the big title Unreal Engine 5 games are using Nanite and Lumen. Well, like we can see here just how this is impressive to be rendering at the frame rate that it is, especially in editor. You would get better performance in standalone too. Hmm. I'm curious. Compiling the shaders. We'll turn on the best anti-aliasing. Still though, we're getting like nearly 120 FPS. Really impressive. And it really just scales to unbelievable levels. Trillions of triangles in the scene. With no extra work needed from developers. We'll full screen it. Oh, what is it? Set res and 80. It's quite impressive for what it is. We'll VSync it. There's actually a funny reason why that number goes up. It's not because it's taking the GPU more time to render the scene. Because it includes the forced stall that VSync does. Like a DirectX 12 quirk. Like it's shoved into the numbers even though it's not an issue. I only learned that because recently we were wondering why our game had like such a massive stat GPU processing increase when we enabled VSync. And I had to delve deep into just figuring out it was just a number quirk. Very silly. Yeah, impressive. I love Nanite. I absolutely love Nanite. It would probably show it in profiling. If we did like a quick trace. It would almost 100% show here if we did a... Let's save. Is this the right one?
Mr. President, wake up.
Is this the right project? Yes. Yeah, so you can see the weight here at the RHI thread. That would be the forced. I think at least. Yeah, that probably is exactly what it is right there. That weight. So you can see it in the stat GPU. It'll look weird, but the if you profile it, will show up correctly. But it freaked me out in game because somebody was saying, "Oh, my stat GPU spiked up when I enabled VSync." I'm like, that's weird. And it's just how it goes so far down into how Windows handles like Windows, like game windows. Yeah, very silly. If the game engine development will stall if people cannot afford the machinery to run it, or will the development move to more optimized direction? I'm hoping more optimized direction. I can only tell you that. I don't know what's going to happen, but I can only hope it becomes more optimized. But this was a very good find. I'm very, very happy to see that these instanced, packed level actors are much more efficient than individual static meshes. Very happy to see. That's a big, big find. Also, packed level actors, 100% support nanite meshes. I mean, that just makes more sense. We're dealing with... Well, actually, I don't even know if it makes sense. But it is interesting. It is interesting. You have some ultra settings for high-end rigs. Problem is that people get mad if the rig can't handle it. This is weird, Processor Cast. I have seen this too, and it's a very weird new trend. Back like maybe 5, but for sure 10 years ago, if a game came out with ultra settings that the best GPU and CPU combo at the time couldn't handle, people were happy because it would just mean that the game would look even better when new technology came out, or when new hardware came out. And nowadays, if the game cannot run at 4K, at least 60 FPS on the highest settings, people lose their minds. Very weird new phenomenon. And I don't know really when it started, or why it started. I think there was a weird like lull in technological innovation where GPUs did for a little bit of time start to catch up to our maximum rendering techniques. But then with especially with the release of like ray tracing, honestly, it all really comes down to like ray tracing. With the release of ray tracing, I don't think gamers realize how expensive it is to run ray tracing at runtime. And we like took this massive dip in the capability to render a game at max settings with ray tracing turned on. And we're starting to like catch up to that again. And ray tracing is becoming cheaper. I won't say cheap, but cheaper than it was. And that's really where we're at. You don't expect much better GPU to be created or be affordable. This is true too. And it gives a disclaimer that the Ultra is not even supported to run on regular hardware. That's true, yeah, you're right, they did have those. And it might be smart to include that again. Though there are fair criticisms of games that have come out recently, like Borderlands 4, I think we can all agree. The performance was so abysmally bad. Like at that point, you can't even say, oh, it's just because nanite and lumen are expensive. It's more like, yes, but also they just did not optimize this game in the ways that they should have. Did I just casually make that jump? That jump is so tough to make. Am I good at my own game? Maybe I'll do like a Queen Pwns a lot blindfolded Redlock stream. If you understand that reference, you'll find that funny. Yeah, ray tracing is really cool. I mean, I'm really happy with ray tracing. I really, really love ray tracing. This whole room, what you see here, there are no point lights, no spotlights, no box lights. This entire room is handled with emissive global illumination. like, it's impressive that we can even get this level of stability and quality. And it's not great, you know, there's a lot of artifacting from Lumen and emissiveness, but it's pretty impressive. Did that girl stream Monster Hunter? Yes. Yeah, you're thinking of the right one. You got it. Okay, I wanted to test, what did I want to test? Data layers with packed levels. Which should work. Theoretically. Let's keep it really simple. Create a packed level actor from this. Throw it in here. That is now a level instance. Now if I go into this level, wait, is this the right one? Oh, it copied the data layer over. Look at that. Interesting. So it copied the data layer. I'm going to make a new data layer. We are going to... What am I doing? Add selected. Update packed blueprints. We go back to the Redlock level. Save that. Ignore that. It's not important. Okay, so we have this here. And this should always be loaded, right? Will always be loaded. Unless we place the new data layer in here. I think I let that automatically be loaded. Shit, hold on. Okay, we're gonna set the world settings back to default for loading range. Yeah, and we can't see the we can't see the back of that because it's part of a data layer. We can't see the but if I delete this, we should see it. Never mind, I still do not see it. Is that lava pouring? Yes, that is meant to be lava pouring. But it's all block out right now, so it just looks like trash. I think the... Maybe it's because it's not part of any data layer? What if I go into the level itself and delete it? We're not saving anything from today anyways. Move, delete. How much VRAM do I have? 12 gigabytes, I think. Whatever a 4070 has. Yeah, I think it is 12. Yeah, so I think the way it works is that if any part of the packed level instance, or not packed level, any part of the packed level actor, it's so confusing. Any part of that is within range of being loaded, the entire thing is loaded. So I'm thinking with this, if we make a packed level actor of, like, for in here, the best way to do it would be like all of the static geometry and non-gameplay interactive geometry. So anything like these, the walls, you know, the rocks here that aren't moving, these should realistically all be part of a packed level actor, which we can change because they're level instances. And then we update that level instance, save, and then we update the packed level actor, which will propagate to the main level. This will allow the room as a whole to be loaded in its entirety, but in the most optimized way for rendering. So combined with nanite, that shouldn't be too much of an impact as long as we make everything correctly. And for the main shaft, ideally, hopefully, this will mean that the entirety of this can be rendered at once. All 2.5 kilometers of our main shaft will be viewable and nanite supported. And hopefully optimized. Lighting will be another thing. So this changes our layout a bit. And I still don't know what the fuck a runtime grid is, but we can figure that out. How's it going, Kent? Level instances with ISMs for background static geo meshes and not have any BPs and non-SMs. Put packed level actors in main world. Use data layers for main world gameplay interactive elements. Carefully determine when and what to load. I don't know how we do that part yet though. Oh. You only had 8 gigabytes and that's why you quit Unreal? 8 gigabytes should be more than enough for most use cases. Unless you have like some big open world that you want to have a bunch of shit loaded into it at once, I don't think 8 gigabytes would be too little. Especially with the new world partition setup, you can just load whatever you need. But I don't know what you were doing. Maybe you had some use case that was pretty expensive. Okay, I don't know what a runtime grid is. I know what data layers are, but I don't know... Like, what would be the most ideal, proper way to... I mean, would it just be like having volumes where if the player enters, we would non-spatially load platforms and all of the static geometry would be part of a packed level actor, so that would realistically the player would not leave the range of that. Are streaming volumes even still a thing? Like, can we still use those? Aren't these deprecated? I'm pretty sure streaming volumes are deprecated with world partition. Added too heavy stuff and have to restart. There's some good 2D templates for Unreal if you're wanting to use Unreal for like 2D. That wouldn't be too harsh, hopefully. How can we accomplish the same thing? How can we say, hey, we're in this room, only load this room's shit. Don't load this room's shit. How can we do that in like a super efficient way? We could, of course, like lower the streaming range. Illusion culling? Well, realistically, with data layers, we shouldn't have to do that. Maybe there's a way to... debug. Like here we can't see past there, right? And we can likely only see these large pieces because they're just one single rectangle. And we're hitting just the edge of that if we like jumped off. Yeah. But I'm thinking we can make it even more optimized by just not loading, because like we wouldn't be able to see this, right? But even if I blocked it from the player's view, I would think it would still be loaded. I'm not 100% sure on that. And maybe you could set up a occlusion culling. But I don't need that data layer loaded at all. Do we just tell them not to load? Can we just handle it manually? With triggers? Probably? Am I overthinking it? Or just some volumes? Wasn't there an issue though with volumes in that we don't... Like if the player spawns inside of one, we don't do an initial check? No, that's not true. I know for sure if the player spawns inside. Maybe it was just if like other actors spawn inside of it. Player is different. Hmm. I'm not 100%. I'll see what happens if I get up here, but I don't think anything... I don't think it'll load because we haven't told it to load yet. And world partition doesn't know that it should be loading it. So I don't think it would be loaded, but it's like here we could do the loading, right? We could asynchronously load it while the player is going up the elevator here. Yeah. What did it say here about create separate runtime grids to specify the streaming distance for different types of objects? Close grid, medium grid, far grid. Differentiate by object types. See, that could work too. With these different grids. That seems kind of annoying though. Is it possible to tell an entire, like, packed level actor to be part of a different grid? Yes. The answer is yes. Something doesn't sit right with me with, like, just putting a big volume around this. And I don't know why. I don't think this is the asynchronous data layer loader. Data layer subsystem. The problem is I don't think this has a callback for when it's loaded. There's two runtime states. Like, I know that the loading is asynchronous. But I think if you tell it to activate it, it forces it to block. That's weird that it has that. Doesn't mention anything here. Ba, 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 ba. Courier get a call back. Look into the callback for level instance loading. This obviously works because our game is primarily loading in level instances through world partition, so it may not be applicable for everyone. This was specifically with data layers, though. The answer lies in the value of the ancient demo. You can use the method is streaming completed from the world partition subsystem. But they can't control the rate of loading / activation. You can wrap set data layer runtime state into a latent function along with world partition subsystem is streaming completed to get an async node that returns when all data layers have fully loaded. That's huge. Sharing blueprint solution that's based on how Valley the Ancient did. Actor data layer, data layers. Queries. Interesting. But they haven't figured out how to do it from data layer asset objects. Bulk of the actual streaming is done in a separate group of functions that listen for the A-world data layers on data layer runtime state change broadcast, execute the loading and activating. We're still looking through the world partition subsystem to understand where exactly these tasks are being ran. Right now it's looking like there won't be any way to wrap streaming into an async function since world partition streaming is running automatically by Unreal. Unless we modify the source code, it's not likely that we can control this behavior. The Great Hitch Hunt. There are variables that you can set to tell the engine to load staggered and call begin play staggered. There are recommendations as taking care of references how many things a certain actor loads. Yes. Yeah, I did see that you can mark them as blocking or non-blocking. I mean, depending if there is going to be a hitch, where it happens is not that big of a deal. Most games try to hide that in cutscenes or in menus. They have a plugin that shows a loading screen when activated. Is this it? Interesting. Hmm. It's not related to the H-Lot, right? Your PC's on its last legs? Oof. What happened? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm just... What kind of volumes do I actually have? Are there any plugins that might help with this? A system that extracts and converts a partitioned world's geometry to optimize world streaming performance. Oh. Interesting. Fast geo streaming. What is this? What a PCG. Built to achieve faster streaming of actors that are immutable static geometry that don't impact gameplay, uses a faster and more lightweight method of registering and unregistering static geometry to and from the graphic and physics scenes, without sacrificing existing world partition features like runtime data layers and H-lots. It leverages the world partition runtime cell transformer feature to define what can be considered for fast geometry streaming during the generate streaming phase that happens every time entering play in editor and at cook time. Recommended to adjust the add to world, remove from world, and fast geometry streaming allowed time budgets based on profiling and the desired outcome for your project. Interesting. Enable fast geo and then add a fast geo world partition runtime cell transformer in the world settings. What does that mean? Hey Devronis, start to develop a small 3D game yourself. From your point, what would be your recommendations for engine choices? I'm kind of split between Unity and Godot. Any 3D engine is going to be able to develop a 3D game, of course. What are your needs? What is like inspiring you to take on Unity, and what's making you lean towards Godot? And going slower and slower. Your GPU's been overheating. You could take a look at cleaning your fans. And depending on how old your computer is, C-Spawn, you might want to consider, if possible, not every laptop if you have one is possible, but redoing your thermal paste. Actually, if I'm going to enable that, I should probably enable it separately. Coming into a UE stream with the other two options. I would really honestly, like Unreal Engine, if you're making a big game and you don't know how to wrangle Unreal Engine, man, I would not recommend it. If you're making something so simple that Unreal is not going to become an issue, I think it's fine. Like some simple game, like even Coin Pusher Reloaded is a really good example. We didn't really know how to wrangle Coin Pusher very well, obviously. But it's such a small game that it doesn't matter. Because we got the game to run on like a 970, right? Totally doable. But for Redlock, there's literally, we cannot make any excuses. There's nothing else that we can do in Redlock beside get it working properly and efficiently. The problem is the amount of knowledge to get to that point is immense. Oh, this engine ain't easy. Yeah, you could go back to 427, you're right. That's actually not a bad idea. Going back to 427, you don't have to fuck around with Nanite or Lumen. Though you can disable Nanite and Lumen. Very easy to disable both. Takes no more than like 5 minutes to do on a new project. Fast Geo. Restart. We can enable that, why not? We're gonna need it anyway. And it shouldn't be too bad if we need to remove it. So Sid was part of Transformer. Class Fast Geo World Partition Cell Trend. I see. And you can allow or disallow certain actor. mean, realistically, that's what we would want to do, is set that up, right? Allowed component classes. Exact component, exact actor. I do not really notice anything here. Seems almost no one to be small first project, but looking more into what would be worth learning and scale later without many issues. You need to C#. Our paywall stuff. Are you trying to end up being like a solo dev? Or are you trying to get a job in the industry from this at some point? Or are you just like a hobbyist? And also, like, if you are gonna go for something in the industry, what kind of job are you looking for in the industry? I don't want to mess with these yet. I'm gonna undo this. I'm gonna make mention of this in this fast geo streaming. What's the name of the plugin? Fast geo streaming. Looks like a nice potential solution. Enable faster runtime streaming of static non-gameplay actors that might pair well with packed level actors. I don't know if like both of those can be turned on. I mean, they did say they mentioned that they use that for the city sample. So potentially we might want that. I have a job as a mobile dev, so I'm not searching for a game dev job currently, but having it on my CV can never hurt. But if it takes off and slimming down my old job, moving to solo dev would be nice. Unity. Honestly, Unity. The reason I would recommend Unity over Godot at this point is not just because it's young, but it's not very highly adopted. And if you're working in mobile and you want to transition either to more mobile or more like PC console dev, Unity's not going to hurt. And if you want to transfer that into a full-time job, if you ever wanted to, Unity is very popular, of course. So, yeah, that's what I would recommend. But it's not like Godot was a bad engine. It's just that it isn't highly adopted. And if you are looking to like make something, yeah, it's 90% Unity. I agree with Kent. Though any 3D engine is gonna do the job. They each have their pros and cons. Like Godot is new and doesn't have a whole lot of features or assets for it. That's where Unity wins. Unity is great and it's lightweight, but there's a lot that you'll have to program yourself. Unreal has a lot working out of the box, but is a beast to wrangle. Easy to make your game look good, harder to make your game run well with Unreal. This is the issue I'm still concerned about, like, how we load. We can't do a 2D grid, right? Because if we do 2D, then we're just running into an issue where we're loading everything above us. I'm just wondering how we could tell, like, hey, load everything in this room. That concerns me. Like, we have these partitions. I wonder. If there's a way we could use. Oh, personally, you wouldn't develop for games for mobile. Most games that are a slop. Not what I would call games. That's because old school gamer in me. I mean, I agree. I didn't want to say it. Because, you know, it's like, maybe you really like mobile dev, or there are some good mobile games. There used to be some amazing ones, but they got, you know, covered up by the slop. But I know what you mean. I know what you're feeling. Yeah, I'm not going to enable this plugin right now. But I would like it if we didn't have this issue. We could increase cell size. That increases these, right? Yeah. I don't like that though, because it's just so... It's so specific. It's so specific. World partition. World partition. There's just stuff for HWADs. Oh my god, that's annoying. Like, I don't know what I'm doing well enough to just, like, make another runtime partition. Whatever this was, where was this, this errant photon? They have this, like, biome thing, and they mentioned making separate runtime grids to specify streaming distance for different types of object. Or you can categorize runtime grids based on the types of objects they contain. It's like, you know, trees you might want to render from far away. Grass you don't need to though, or ground plants. Runtime hierarchical generation. That's for PCG. Generates grid cells at runtime based on streaming source or PCG generation source components. Uses the generation radius of each grid size configured in the PCG graph. Not really what I'm looking for. It wouldn't be so bad or difficult if we weren't working with vertically stacked layers. Like if it were just the like a horizontal distance with a standard open world, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I probably could take a look at their city setup. That might not be a bad idea. My only goal this whole week is just to figure out how we're going to efficiently, performantly, is that a word? With good performance, stream this world in. With as minimal hitching, like if none, ideally, would be great. We have such a weird need to have this whole shaft when you're in it be rendered. Or when you can see any part of it be rendered. Well, that's not necessarily true, but it's complex. It's complex. And you can define multiple grids, one for large landscape meshes, another for small, frequently updated props. I'm thinking we just like wouldn't want to use spatial loading because we wouldn't want to deal with it on proximity, or we would, but we don't want to do it per actor, but rather like per level. If we can even trust anything that's here. I love this. Look at this. UE5's world partition, blah, blah, blah. This video shows you how to toggle, and then it's Unity. Gotta love it. Yeah, it's just like people talking about like grid size. Different runtime grids. Procedural stuff. I don't care about procedural. Oh my god, there's like just some fight between these two people going on that I'm reading. Oh my god, okay. Blah 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 blah. This isn't helpful at all. I'm not reading anything helpful. Reading the trees in H lot. See, maybe it is this. I don't know enough about the H-Lod system though. World partition and H-Lod. Generate in world partition level. But it's, yeah, because to me it just sounds like it's, oh, it's combining static meshes into a single one for, you know, reduced draw calls and better performance at long distances. Fine. We shouldn't need that. Do we really just solve it by volumes? Why couldn't I solve it with volume? Overlapping volumes. The main shaft is like the primary worry, honestly, but the main shaft, if we don't spatially load the main shaft and we handle that separately, is there a reason why we can't just use the existing system to load and we just increase the range to what we need it to be? The trick are like gameplay elements like platforms. Platforms should be visible from quite a distance. But those as well, we could just not have spatially loaded and handle those separately. And so we would use packed level actors and level instances for static geometry. For gameplay geometry, we use data layers. Is it possible to still use the data layer system but set individual actors within that to not have spatial loading? That's a good question. Can we do that? I don't think I have a separate layer for platforms, but I can test that with a few of these. Throw that in here for the time being. Remove from here. I press play, they're not there because this is not loaded. Now they are there because that's activated. we've reduced the streaming distance quite heavily. So if I stand back here, we have a lot that's not loaded, including those platforms. But if I select actors and data layers, go to details, and we're going to turn off spatial loading. Now they appear. Okay, so that confirms it. Yes. Yes, we can. Bob the Builder. The most important elements to load at any distance for the player would be the gameplay elements, right? Like, if your goal is to visually see the pathway that you're supposed to take in the level, this is obviously the most important thing to have loaded on the platform. Now, the platforms are not numerous in number. They're not. Force loading those at distance should not be that big of a deal. Yeah, obviously, right? We could be just over optimizing too. Like, you know, if, it's just so hard to tell with blockout meshes. Like, we can't get any sense of limit. We can't really push the limit of this scene with primitives. So I don't really know how much is being saved if we go down this route. Okay, so the question then becomes for me, is it that big of a deal to have to reconfigure data layers for this level, for level 6 of the facility, if we need to change it? Oh, met with her build later. Got some rocks and walls. Even then, I don't know if it'll push it. Using Mega Scans rocks or something. Okay, I'll say this. I just don't know. I don't want to use kind of like non-real world scenarios to test this. What we know for sure is that with a higher detailed scene, Nanite renders relatively efficiently, as long as we keep draw call or overdraw to a minimum, right? We know this. And we keep quad size small. This is known. An additional known that we just tested today is that packed level actors in instanced static meshes, or instant static meshes in packed level actors, which are in level instances. This feels like Inception at this point. Are dramatically more efficient at rendering than, let's say, a grouped mesh, even with Nanite enabled. So limiting the number of actors in the level is still a good thing. Or let's say being rendered at once, and limiting the number of static meshes through instant static meshes is even better. Do I really think that doing even a few hundred or even 1,000 draw calls for platforms in addition to that is going to be significant? Not really. And I don't think that with DirectX 12 or Vulkan, adding in 1,000 or even 10,000 draw calls is going to be the bottleneck or overhead for a game using I think if anything, lighting and shadows are going to be the biggest costs. And it shouldn't be that hard to optimize mesh rendering if we need to. Yeah, materials, lighting and shadows, I think are going to be way more expensive than needing to figure out draw distance or our mostly static nanite enabled scene. Let's put it that way. That's at least my thought. And we can probably just stick to carefully using spatial loading for the things that we want to have it enabled for, and disable it for the things that we don't need it for. But if we needed to have like placed volumes to load and unload data layers, I think that would be completely okay. It's such a non-traditional open world that we want to have be seamless. I don't know if there's any more optimization that we can or should do at the moment. I've got a pretty good idea of how we can use data layers and level instances to our benefit now to dramatically increase performance. But until we get the final art in here, I can't really do anything more. We'll know once everything in this level is looking the way that it's supposed to, is really kind of what it comes down to. I don't know if that makes sense. We can test it with the beautiful corner, Rex. So I think just prioritizing the beautiful corner is probably going to be our best bet. It won't be so significant, but once we have the beautiful corner, we can, if we want, just like duplicate 10 of those to test at like larger scale and just see how things look with like a packed level actor and do any other optimizations that we need to. No, I don't think it'll be... I don't think it will be enough for us to know anything for sure. I think we're fine. I think right now, mainly we have a lot of information that we have determined. We need to write something up about our findings. But I feel a lot more prepared today after all this work than I did yesterday. The way I had thought we could use level instances is not the way that we should be using level instances because we don't have any prefabs. Everything is, you know, all of our levels are different. And we don't really have a need to have tiny prefab levels inside that. We should be leaning harder into data layers and just carefully handling spatial loading for things that we don't want to be handled by world partition by default, like platforms, since we want those visible at all distances. Having nanite enabled really should allow us to just kind of have infinite draw distance for most things. We won't have any foliage, so we don't have to worry about that, which is traditionally a very expensive part of rendering with nanite. We will have to make doubly sure that we don't use masked materials like Midrong said. So if we have any like, you know, walkways with little holes in them, those should be individually modeled little holes. And then I think I sent you last night, I don't remember if I did send you, Rex. There were a couple of interesting posts that I had seen about like the large... I did send it to you. Yeah, about like the large quads and stuff for nanite. Flesh-eating alien plants. Well, we can always make alternative game modes later, but at least for like the base game, we shouldn't need those. So I might just be worrying too much about how to effectively optimize for nanite when realistically we need to be more careful about optimizing for lumen and shadows. How's it going, Jim? Not poop holes. So like this is not important. Determine data layers that should not be spatially loaded. We will probably want to disable global illumination affecting, or I'm sorry, emissiveness affecting global illumination. We are going to enable megalights, so I'm partially thinking that, I mean, it's not bad. We can disable it at runtime, I believe, so we could turn it off and on for certain levels if we really want. I don't know how we do. I thought it was path tracing. Global illumination. It's the final gather. Not this, is it? What's number 2? Because there is some global illumination from this. This isn't SSGI, is it? Very noisy. No noise there, but there's no global illumination either. It's an older game. Look, it's an Unreal Engine 4 game. But the game runs well like this, though. Actually, it's not going to run much better than with it on. Like, it's very little. Very, very minor. Because emissiveness affecting global illumination is actually pretty cheap. It's like lights affecting global illumination that's very expensive. The downside is that this is probably the most artifacty, smeary thing that you're going to have in the engine. It's really smeary. So you can see how much smearing it is. Look at this. Bunch of smearing here, some smearing lines here. Oof. Bunch of smearing here. Just tons of noise. The more well lit the scene is, the less that it kind of happens. But it's still bad. It's really cheap to prototype, so that's why I have it on for prototyping. Better than placing down a bunch of lights, which would not have better performance. Yeah, well, you know what? We'll know more when we have like the beautiful corner, because we're gonna do a performance pass on the beautiful corner. And that's where we can start to do like some profiling and figure out what's really costing us a lot. I'm getting really good at that. I'm actually pretty good at my own game. Pretty surprising. I usually suck at these kinds of games. But you know how like when you're playing Minecraft with your friends at like 3 in the morning and you're not actually doing anything, you're getting nothing done. You're jumping on chests in your house talking about like life. Maybe that's trained me. Friends, what are those? What if you jump from crouched? Yeah, you just stand up. I would like to have like a jump crouch. Fucking hate our camera. I think our camera actually looks worse. It's better in some ways and worse in others. I will say that we will get back to the camera. I needed a break from the camera. It was pissing me off. But I am going to try the new gameplay camera system that they added and just make cameras from scratch. No matter how long it takes. What about auto ledge grab if you walk off a ledge slowly like Zelda? You actually do have that currently. As long as you're providing any input, it doesn't have to be a jump, just any input, your character will automatically grab onto a ledge if they can. Like here, I don't press space, I just keep holding forward. But we probably won't do anything too casual friendly. And walking away from it? No. You should not have walked away from it if you weren't prepared to jump or fall. Rip bozo. It wouldn't be much of a precision platformer if you didn't have to be precise. But that's not to say that the feature is always bad, like you mentioned with Zelda. Just depends on the game and the audience. Where do we... Why does that sometimes happen? What's getting stuck? Doesn't matter. If we can get done with... We will need to address the camera at some point in first playable. I can't put it off too long. Gotta bite the bullet. Oh my god. That's pretty good. It only adds like another 8 minutes if you want to... Or like 9 minutes maybe if you want to do the optional objective. How's it going, animosity? 9 minutes isn't bad. Once we have an actual interior to the building and maybe like a little switch you have to turn on, be a bit better. Pulling quite a bit of viewers. I would not even know how many I have because I turn off all my numbers. Those are scary and make me anxious. When I got back into streaming, one of the advices that like you would get often is just to turn those numbers off and pretend it's always at like 100. And everybody's just lurking. Because I mean, if you're clicking on a stream, right, with like 0 viewers, you don't want that person who's streaming to know that nobody's watching, because they're not going to speak to you. So the best thing to do if you have 0 viewers is to pretend that you have 100 at all times, and they're just lurking. And you just always speak to people. That way it's more friendly and people are more inclined to chat with you. You know, maybe drop like a racist slur every now and then. Pull the lurkers out of hiding. I wouldn't recommend that. Not on Twitch, at least. Like, wait, I was just cooking. Did he just say the N-word? Actually fun. I really do like the game. Like, it's not perfect. I do think we still have improvements to our camera, of course, and improvements to our mantling system, but it's just nice. Like, you can just play. There's nothing overly complex about it. It's a really good game if you're like really enjoyable. If you find these kinds of platformers like really enjoyable, it's just kind of chill. But at times it can also be really stressful to the point that you can't doze off. Don't talk about noodles while cooking. I don't think I spend a lot of my time talking about noodles. Maybe everybody's just watching today because they want to learn about world partition. We're all together just wondering how the hell you handle world partition and level streaming. But we came up with some good stuff today. Alright, we're gonna try the time skip here. Really tough though. Ugh. Oh my god, I did it. And then I failed at the end. Of course, I forgot to jump. One time skip though. Clock said otherwise. You know what happened since I bought a Fitbit, right? Because I felt like my heart rate was too high. But ever since I bought a Fitbit, my anxiety about my heart rate increases my heart rate. I swear my heart rate was lower when I didn't have a Fitbit. It was a time rewind gimmick. What I'm considering is a gameplay option when you beat the game. So we have like these checkpoints, right? I thought it'd be pretty cool to have an option for checkpoint teleportation, which by default is allowable when you finish the game, but you can turn on that option if you want to be able to teleport to any unlocked checkpoint. And I was thinking it would be pretty cool too if we have one where, I don't know, I'm thinking about like allowing the player to have all checkpoints unlocked by default for like speedrunners, so they can learn sections more easily. But I don't know. If you take out all the friction of speedrunning, then I think that speedrunners actually won't like your game as much. Because if there isn't as much of a social, what's the word? If your E-penis can't grow long by speedrunning, then I don't think the game is as fun to speedrun. There's like a perfect middle ground between your game has too much friction to the point where it's not fun for speedrunners to engage with it, to also it's too easy to the point where anybody can get a really good time. So we need to optimize the length of the E-penis, right? Because it can't hurt when it goes in too far, but if it doesn't go in far enough, then you aren't getting pleasured. Sorry, I just dropped my ring. Oops. Hold on. I use my wedding ring as my fidget spinner, but I just dropped it on the ground. Okay, though, it's tungsten carbide. It does more damage to the ground than it does to the ring. And if it ever gets stuck on my finger, I have to cut my finger off. Man talked about penis so much his wedding ring fell off. It doubles as my cock ring. That would be a horrible, like, tungsten carbide cock ring, man. That'd be dangerous. Alright, so let's think of, okay, we'll stop playing the game. Tomorrow we need to remake this with everything new in mind that we've learned. That would be number one. That shouldn't take very long, and then we will need to write up a full document about how we are going to use... It doesn't have to be final, right? We just need to write up right now, what is our pathway to utilizing world partition and level instances in order to optimize the streaming of geometry in our level, which will help minimize VRAM usage, of course, because the more shit that we have loaded, the heavier the VRAM usage is going to be. How does instant static meshes impact VRAM usage compared to non? I know GPU usage, like from a GPU like utilization was lower with packed level actors and instanced levels, but I didn't check VRAM usage from that. I can check that now. We still have a little bit of time. Ideally, the best way that we can limit like VRAM usage is by like reusing textures as much as possible, limiting texture sizes where possible, reducing lumen overhead and nanite overhead. I would ideally like this game to be playable with 6 gigabytes of VRAM. Definitely we should not require anything beyond 8 gigabytes unless you're pushing some settings to maximum. Which level did we have that used the We'll just check both. I don't know which one was which. Okay, this was the instanced version. I don't think stat RAM shows VRAM. Stat memory. I'm not 100% sure if that's the case. Let's double check UE5 VRAM usage. Render resource viewer. Does it? Render resource viewer. Top menu tools, render resource viewer. Okay. There is something. Uh-huh. Oh, GPU memory. We can see nanites overhead, VSMs, and then texture. Total resource size 2.8 thousand megabytes. Does that change if I like move things out of view? I can refresh it. Is this only showing in the scene? I think it is. Here we can see like just the overhead for these things. Does that increase with screen size? Not really. We're up to like 3 gigabytes, 3.2. What do I want to test here? I'd like to test with 1. You know, this is a lot of geometry in the scene. This is kind of the limit here. I don't think this is going to change it significantly, because we still need all the textures. Yeah, it went down to about 2.8. So it's really not that much of a change. Because we have that static nanite overhead. VSMs are a bit expensive. Negligible change, if any at all. Okay. Aaron, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Happy Monday. Sorry, my voice is starting to go too. I've been streaming for like 8 hours. Ooh. Let's pull it away from the instanced static meshes. And we'll see how much it takes there. A big chunk of this though is primarily textures. Nanite is the static overhead and VSMs are VSMs. They are what they are. Some VRAM overhead too from TSR, which is pretty standard, so about as expected. Delete that, save current level. We're gonna grab this, paste it in. Is it in? There it is. About the same. Does duplicating this increase this by any mean? Not really. So it primarily impacts the speed to render it. It impacts the speed to render the meshes, but it doesn't impact the cost that they have in VRAM. At least that's my understanding of it. That's good to know, though. What is it without these buildings at all? Is that updated at all? No, I still see textures here. Is it because they're still in... Are they still being referenced? I'll try reloading it. It's like they were still being referenced, and so therefore still loaded somehow. I don't really understand that. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, 2.1. So we were looking at like 500 megabytes from the textures on that building alone. That's the danger of textures, unfortunately. Especially if you have multiple and you don't reuse them. Yeah, like minimum scene, we're looking at, 2.2. I don't know what Redlock takes. We didn't really add anything new to the scene, but we do have UDS, which is different than this scene. Most of this is pretty small. Where was their hero level? City sample map hero. So this is like the most optimal version of their buildings here that they have. And that's at 3.2. That's not bad. They've done a pretty damn good job optimizing these for VRAM usage. Pretty impressive. I mean, it's buildings, right? So you can reuse a lot of textures between these two. And they probably do reuse a lot of the same materials. I mean, still though, for like the quality of meshes that you get on this, I think this really shows the power of Nanite as a whole. Here, I'll make it look a little bit better. Put some anti-aliasing in. Very good. Very high quality. I'm impressed. Yeah, TSR added some overhead from that. But still, it's using like 4 gigabytes in this scene. Vast majority just being lumen and textures. If you disable lumen, what is it? It's global illumination quality. It's SG. There it is. I think it's to 2 should disable lumen. I don't know if it works in engine like that though. It did lower it. Oh. Okay, don't do that. That definitely disables lumen. Wouldn't recommend doing that though. Virtual shadows should be, I mean, it is overhead, but old school shadow maps are just really expensive. TSR history is it's for temporal anti-aliasing, of course. If you switch back to TAA instead of TSR, you won't incur as much of an overhead, but TSR's quality looks better. Do fewer, like, if we lower the number of individual buildings here, does that lower the cluster page data for nanite? Not really. It is just basically a static overhead for nanite. Might impact GPU utilization a bit, but does not really impact VRAM. It is very much an overhead, relatively fixed cost that you pay for nanite. But if you can afford it, it's worth it. Good to know, good to know. I'm gonna use that same tool on the game we have now, which is out of curiosity. What a vibe. It's pretty similar. If I unclick now they're still there. What are our current settings on this? We're on Epic, so this is with Epic. This is on like maximum player settings is what this basically represents. Because most games don't expose cinematic quality to players because they're not meant for gameplay. They're meant for like rendering. That's not bad. We'll have to see how that scales up. But it just kind of goes to show that if we want to limit VRAM usage, our primary means of doing so are going to be working on like lumen and shadows and reducing texture usage. We'll try to aim for like 6 gigabytes maximum, but that'll be something we deal with in the future. What if we lower this down? It does lower it, yeah. But it's mostly because lumen has been axed here. And turn that back on. Yeah, still better. It's just lumen is that heavy one. We'll take a look, you know, once we get done with the, like I mentioned, once we get done with the beautiful corner, that's going to contain a lot of the textures and materials that we plan to use throughout the rest of the, at least this level. So we can do a pretty good job of making sure that we're not overusing our budget, let's say, in the beautiful corner. Especially because scaling it up, like adding in more rock walls or cliffs, or platforms, doesn't really cost anything from Nanite's point of view. Shadows might take a little bit of an extra hit, but we're using VSMs anyway. Not VSMs. Yes, VSMs. So that should be too much of a problem. We'll really just have to see. Megalites should help a little bit with that too, because we do plan to use Meg. Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. I'm glad that we found this render resource viewer. I didn't know that this existed before. That's pretty nice to have. They must have recently added that. And we'll just profile the shit out of it once we have the final meshes. We have like about a year to optimize this level, just these three. Okay, can't see them. These three sections of the game. And I don't think it'll take us too long to put the final art in place, and then we just work on making it run well. And once we have a plan and a production pipeline, we just scale it up throughout the rest of the facility. This is level 6 that you're seeing here. We have about a very similar amount of space that we need to cover with level 5, which will be about here. And then we have level 4, 3, and then 2, 1. I mean, I don't know how this is gonna look, but it's roughly like that. We probably don't need to traverse as much vertical distance with this this initial level here anyway. Probably bring this down a bit. Alright, we don't have any pending changes, right? Good. Got nothing waiting. happy to see them. Delete these. This is all saved. We'll write this up tomorrow with all of our findings. I might take some of those findings with me. Think about them. Notice how, unlike another well-known streamer, I don't have my notepad history saved here for you to see my animal porn and jailbait links. You know what's funny about that situation is, why did he not just quit streaming right there? Why did he continue to stream for like 3 hours after leaking his questionable porn? Who would ever decide to do that? If you're wondering, if you're curious, if you don't keep up with streamer drama, number one, lucky you. But some guy, I think his name is Lakari, accidentally pulled up Notepad during stream with, and he has his history saved in Notepad, right? So if you close Notepad without saving and load it back up, it will load up things that you previously had loaded. He just had raw links to porn just in there, and it wasn't safe porn. It wasn't, you know, your average big booba mommy milkers milf pornhub.com links, right? Because that's not too much of an issue. No, this was links to bestiality and family. Spicy. He just had the link sitting there, and it was like it was like on screen for 5 seconds. He's just sitting there. You can see his face in the corner, just like, and then he quickly moves it back to his other screen. And instead of just realizing in that moment that his streaming career just came to a crashing halt, he stays streaming and defends it and says, "Oh, you know, it's a virus. Somebody sent me something and it stayed in my notepad, and silly people. You guys just don't understand." And then in the same stream, he uses Grok to search, because he lived in Texas, right? He used Grok to search if loli porn was illegal in Texas, and realized that yes, he could be facing like some it was like $30,000-$40,000 fine for having that on his. What a world, what a life. He did that live. And his chat was like spamming at the time. His chat is in the corner spamming like, "Dude, stop streaming, get a lawyer." Okay, well half of his chat was spamming that, and the other half was just spamming Kek and LOL. Fun stuff. The dude that accidentally went live gets comfortable, proceeds to rip it off its fucking hinges, then goes to live and realizes he's live. Well, there was also, it was like a few years ago, there was a woman who stopped streaming, or she said that she stopped streaming, but then started to, well, without any pants or panties, she basically gives you a full Apple VR headset, front row 4K close-up seat to what her anatomy looks like. Let's put it that way. And she claims that she didn't know that she didn't stop streaming and was actually just recording footage for her her OnlyFans. She got a week ban, by the way, I think. It was either like 3-day or a week. Or exposing everyone to the miracle that is the birth canal. Disgusting. Who was that, so I can avoid it? I don't remember the name of who it was. This the horse folder guy? Yeah, it was the horse folder guy. But it wasn't just bestiality. He had jailbait links on there and family nudism links. And if you guys know anything about the far reaches of the internet, which isn't even that far reaching of the internet, like, it's not looking great. There's a dude who got banned for a week because he got mugged on stream, and then this violates the TOS about violence. If Twitch ever one day starts to enact its policies and rules in a fair way, I think I will know that I have finally died and succumbed to alcoholism. Be like, oh, we're in heaven now. It's over. No more game development. All right, I'm done for today. Hey, we got no Tim time today. I gotta get going home. It's 4 p.m. I've been online for 8 hours. But tomorrow, more development. We're going to continue on this pathway. I want to get written up and in an article, or at least like high-level plan for dealing with world partition, level instances, streaming, data layers, just the bare bones understanding of what we can do so that when we have the beautiful corner done, we can kind of rework our data layers and all of our assets to fit this new rendering path. But I think what we'll do is we'll first make it without the instanced static meshes and level instances and check what performance is like, and then we'll switch all of the static geometry over to packed level actors so that we can see what the difference is. Because it's no use thinking that one way is more optimized if in fact in our own use case it actually ends up not being more optimized. I'm going to include that. Need to know. We kind of know what the fuck a runtime grid is, but we'll say once, I'll put here. I'll put it here. Once beautiful corner is done, full art pass. Even better. Once beautiful corner is done, copy paste beautiful corner 10 to 20 times. Check VRAM usage and GPU utilization. Put all static geo into packed level actor with ISMs. Check VRAM usage and GPU utilization. Now, my thought is VRAM usage will not change pretty much at all. GPU utilization will change heavily. And that's ultimately where people start seeing like GPU slowdowns, right? Is not like VRAM usage, but actually just GPU utilization. If I have to guess, I think that our CPU utilization for the game is going to be quite minimal, but GPU, we want to reduce the utilization of. VRAM, we're going to do our best to optimize, but there is like as we saw here, there is just a cost associated with some of these expensive rendering techniques like Nanite and Lumen. So we are kind of incurring a necessary 1 to 1.5 gigabytes of VRAM usage. And there's nothing really that we can do about that. But beyond that, we can try to limit it as best we can with a 6 gigabyte desired maximum usage. Because I don't think that most Steam users have more than like 4 or 6. It might be getting closer to 8. Steam hardware survey. I think it shows us GPU. Yeah, VRAM is 8. But if we target 6, we'd only be cutting out about the lower 20% of Steam, which, you know, sorry, that's the best we can do. It's going to be a pretty heavy Unreal Engine game. But if we aim for 6 to 8, I think we'll be pretty good. The good news is you should be able to turn off Lumen, and that's gonna reduce a lot of usage. It's just not gonna look as good. But we'll see how that looks with Lumen off. We'll do our best. So for tomorrow, we're continuing on. Friday will be another day that I take off for writing lore. If you're curious, we wrote up lore about calendar synchronization and mental health. Do you want me to read this out to you like it's some Mass Effect lore log? And you can see how Redlock handles calendar synchronization and mental health. You guys want some story time before I leave? Alright, here we go. Redlock, calendar, and mental health. In order to avoid the chaos of local planetary calendars, Redlock and many other exolith extraction facilities synchronize to Earth's Gregorian calendar. This helps ensure operational consistency between all facilities and aims to create as minimal a difference as possible for the human crew who still need to manage their circadian rhythms. Throughout exolith facilities, Redlock being no different, Earth and local planetary time is shown in visible and accessible locations. Additionally, predictions from mini flares from Batsu, that's the star of the system, are also shown on these displays, accompanied by sirens and announcements that work even through emergency power. As Kua Kua, that's our planet, is tidally locked, there are no natural day-night cycles. Normally, Kua Kua experiences roughly 11.11 hour revelations around its star. By ignoring that in favor of imposing Earth's calendar and 24-hour clock, Exolith helps combat disorientation and more easily align with corporate quotas and supply shipments. So I thought that would be like a cool... I was initially going to be like, okay, we have 11.11 hours. How many days is that? How can we split this up into like 12 months to make sure that it's kind of similar? It's like, well, hold on. If we don't have a day-night cycle anyway, then, you know, we're kind of screwed. So why not just synchronize to Earth's calendar? Since, honestly, Redlock days don't really matter, because we don't have a, quote, day, and therefore it's at least a bit more knowable, and it's easier to sync up with corporate. Mental health mechanic similar to the mental health mechanic in, like, pathology. No, this is just lore. This is just lore. It's just so that we can write, like, better audio logs and kind of implement parts to our levels that make sense. So as I read through this mental health section, when I will mention like things that they do in order to combat negative mental health, we can then include those as like props or in audio logs, you know, things like that. So it will help with our lore building and world building. Mental health. Redlock has artificial lighting installed throughout the facility that changes color temperature throughout the day to ensure a healthy circadian rhythm for all crew. Additionally, UVB lighting is employed with short mandatory exposure sessions to stimulate vitamin D production and help prevent depression, fatigue, and immune diseases. These are, of course, in addition to regulated supplements that tie into the same preventions. Exolith works hard to combat mental health issues. Earth holidays are celebrated and recognized for all crew members, with hydroponic-sourced feasts, simulated fireworks on video screens, and other morale-boosting activities such as games. These are meant to help provide brief respites from the isolation of space colony existence, particularly on such a harsh planet. Mental health is an uphill battle for Exolith facilities, especially Redlock. Management and doctors were unprepared for the mental toll a tidally locked planet would take on its inhabitants. The unchanging sky, haunted by a sun that would immediately cook you on contact with its light, and being so far away from Earth on a high-stakes mining facility is stressful. Crew members face severe depression, irritability, and sleep disruption, all dangerous when coupled with the work they do on a daily basis. Medical staff are overwhelmed by therapy requests, resorting to heavy pharmaceutical treatments, antidepressants, anxiolytics, sleep aids. Many wish for more standard physical injuries as opposed to many of the mental health issues, since they're just much more normally treatable in a quick amount of time. Crew members are allowed to engage with each other sexually, as STD screenings and mandatory non-permanent contraceptive measures are standard for exolith extraction employees prior to all missions of this nature. So it should be fun. We should be able to have the color temperature changing lights and a like in-game day-night cycle, but it's more like you don't see the sun moving, but rather we have these clocks on the wall that change, and we switch between the blue and orange lights, which I think will be kind of a cool little like feature. Especially because we're using Lumen and we have Mega Lights enabled. By not taking advantage of dynamic global illumination and real-time lighting, we'd basically just be enabling Lumen for no purpose. So we're going to make full use of that. If we're already paying the cost. And I think too, we can have like the video screens with, you know, we're already going to have those showing like advertisements in game. And I think that it's kind of nice if we have these like weird, almost dystopian things that this facility tries to do in order to make life more manageable and better, but it doesn't really work. You know what a pink room is? No. Isn't that like what girls have? Because, of course, every woman in existence loves the color pink. Or so, like Twitter says, right? It's not one of these, right? Pink room. Polish band, Pink Room. Oh. What's Kaguro? Kurwa. Ober kurwa. What's a Pink Room? The previous Friday, I wrote up about like level 6 and some kind of overarching points about it. But I really need to write up. Oh, and I also rewrote the power generation and management for it too, which I could also read out if you guys want. It's the same as this, but I need to delete this because I decided to put it into separate documents for organization. During Redlock's formation, several compact small modular reactors, SMRs, were offloaded from the exolith extraction Exotrans M915 Heavy suborbital cargo lander, nicknamed Mantlebreaker, to provide reliable baseload power from day one. Solar options just weren't super feasible due to the high temperature of the planetary surface, and poor planning resulted in a lack of geostationary solar power satellites. The SMRs, fueled by low-enriched uranium, with thorium breeding potential, were the only practical choice for scaling beyond minimal operations. But the costs, especially interstellar transport, were extraordinary. Each SMR delivered baseload power, about 5 to 10 megawatts, to support basic facility functions, comms, admin, habitat, shallow drilling, and early construction. They were Redlock's primary power source for nearly 3 years, burning through expensive fuel shipments. They were reliable and scalable, but incapable of handling Redlock's massive energy needs full-time, and Redlock administration needed to cut costs. Geothermal power on level 6 of the facility was always the long-term goal. Providing a fuel-free and nearly limitless source of power due to Kuikua's intense tidal heating, corporate mandates to meet REE, rare earth element, and exotic material, halenium quotas, forced an aggressive push to complete construction of the geothermal power plant. These only came online about 6 months before the rock burst incident. These 5 geothermal generators allowed the SMRs to be reconfigured as auxiliary backup power units, stationed on level 1 of the facility, just in case of an emergency. These could still maintain functions for essential systems and lighting. However, there were 2 critical issues that arose after the rock burst. Number 1, a delayed shipment of fuel intended for emergency stockpiling meant that the facility was already very low. Some SMRs were operating on reduced output even before the rock burst due to a lack of proper maintenance. And the rock burst damaged several SMRs and buried a significant amount of fuel, which was already scarce. After the rock burst, the facility is on extremely limited power, only capable of powering critical systems like evacuation, lighting, minimal air scrubbing, basic life support, ESAs, emergency station airlocks, as those are, and the emergency station elevator. If the player restores power to the geothermal power plant during the course of gameplay, facility power is nearly completely restored, though some damaged systems will still exist from the rock burst. So that's why it's so important to restore the power on level 6, is that otherwise you're just dealing with emergency power and systems in the rest of the facility, which will mean that it's mostly dark, very difficult to navigate. So we have these optional gameplay elements and choices that the player can make through additional, more challenging platforming sections in order to make the rest of their gameplay a bit easier. Speedrunners might skip it. Other players might choose to do it in order to make the rest of the game a bit more casual friendly. The dubious theory that locking up someone in a purely pink room will make them docile. Oh boy. Remind me to not forget about this, because I think that it could be pretty interesting to have some... Well, let's say if this is the first time that humanity is locking themselves up on a tidally locked planet, is that not the perfect opportunity to do some psychological experiments? And I think we absolutely should include that in some audio logs. But if we're, if we have this going on, we need people to run it, which means we need to write names and like backstories and plots that we can include in the lore. So we have a lot more lore to write for this game. I can only say that much. And that's why, at least for the time being, I am taking off the Fridays to write lore, because it is nice to have a very dedicated day to that. That is the shade used for the dining rooms and break rooms, or the insides of personal isolation pod. Personal isolation pod. You can self-isolate or something. I need to check myself into an isolation pod. Maybe we can have one that like gets broken because of the rock burst, and you just find like some dead body in there. Oh boy, there's some good ideas to that. I do like it. I do like it. This is not a happy-go-lucky facility. It is a corporate mining facility. For better or worse, things look like shit. They are functional, not very pretty, and they are constantly dealing with mental health problems. Because it's just, people are underground on a planet 50 light years away. And they can't even look up at the sun because the sun will cook them. Yeah, it should be pretty cool. Alright, guys, I gotta get going. Have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Thanks for coming out. And if you like what we're doing, like what we're working on, consider giving us a follow. If you want to see any of our previous days of development, we have a YouTube. You can type !YouTube to see that. We have a Discord where you can come out and hang out with us and talk about High Guard, which we know everybody will be playing today. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time as usual, 9 a.m. Central European time, or a little bit earlier if I get here earlier, up until 4 p.m. Central European time. Peace. Much love. Have a great day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.